city councillors around? If you're there, please, you stand up for recognition. You don't have the state councillors? Pardon? Then division councillors, north and south? Yes, you are highly welcome. Yes. So, briefly, before we go to the preamble of this workshop, we are looking at services and fair tax for property owners within Mbarara City. Yes, emishoro obuhereza bwa gavumenti na n'emishoro mirungi fair etaku harasinga abahibe emishoro bambara niyo theme y'eriizooba ninga ekyo wakubaasa kweta omuramwa gw'izooba. Yes, omuramwa gw'izooba n'obuheereza burungi bwa gavumenti na n'emishoro mirungi etakuharasinga abakugishashura the property abaine ebintu omu property tax, emishoro erikugerekwa aha bintu nk'amataka, amaju na n'ebindi bintu ebikugeneratinga income. So briefly twaza kureeba aha ekyatureeta aha n'amazima oburinganiza okukanyisa n'embaririra ey'emishoro. Amazima oburinganiza okukanyisa n'embaririra. Twakutandika so twagamba ngu ekyatureeta aha n'amazima oburinganiza okukanyisa n'embaririra y'emishoro ey'ebintu. Nituza kuba niturwanirira amazima oburinganiza okukanyisa n'embaririra omu kurundaana n'okutebekanisa ebishare by'ebintu. Twatandika n'amazima. Amazima n'okushanga ngu omuhi w'omushoro nahurira ngu hariho omuringo gw'amazima ogw'okureeberera emishoro. Eki kirimu omuhi w'omushoro kwetegyereza engendererwaho oku abarikurundaana emishoro beine kutwaza n'okubaho kwencwamu habaho obuhendabiragiro. Ago nigo mazima agu turiyo niturondoora ninga nitukyondooza nitukora okukyondooza. Then turebe oburinganiza. Eki nikimanyisa oburemeezi bw'emishoro kubaganwa omu muringo guri kushana ahu buri omwe arikuheereza omugabo guri kumara ningashi guri kwingana. Then turebe okukanyisa emishoro. N'enteekateeka y'okugira ngu ebirarundanwe omu mishoro byongere aha buheereza bw'obuheereza n'ebintu by'omutindo gw'ahaiguru. Then embaririra. Amakuru ngu engendererwaho ya gavumenti aha mishoro neejunaanizibwa omuhi w'omushoro. We recognize the presence of our beloved Mayor, City Mayor, Honorable Kachebezi, ninga Mugabe Robert. Konka binjo tukumanya nka Kachebezi. Niri izina eryamuresera omu ntebe egi. Then we also recognize the town clerk, the state town clerk, Mbarara City. You are highly welcome. So buri w'amateka nayiha obushobozi omu kitabo cy'ebiragiro ekihanga kandi nacyo nikiha obushobozi bwacyo omu baturage b'ihanga rya Uganda. Nahabwekyo abamateka nibakuratira ekyamu cy'abantu, enchwamu y'abantu, kandi abantu beine obushobozi kushaba embarira kuruga aha banyamateka aba. Emiringo yo kureberera entasya yo mu byanga. Egi niyo miringo yo kureberera entasya yo mu byanga. So tuyine emiringo, omu miringo yo kureberera entasya yo mu byanga tuyineho iwakwasa kweta nka senta ningashi abazaani nabaha n'abahi b'emishoro. So kutukuruga abazaani tureba aha kurundana amakuru omu bantu, okurundana amakuru omu bantu. Ekya kabiri tuza aha kutebekanisa ebaruha y'okuchondoza ninga omurujungu eki bakweta evaluation. Tukirugari ekyo tuza okworeka enchwamu egi omu bantu. Yes sir.
Asasire language y'orukozesa y'orunyankore fine. Turafukira abantu kuko turi hano yakuraka kugyetegereza. Konka I'm sure you are reading something that is in tax language. Ebyo you know some. And in most cases some people ntibasa kubarafukira ku mixinga the two abantu bakacyetegereza aho kuba ururimi rw'itu rw'orunyankore tax language teri enough. Nabwo cyo kwenda ngo tse kintu cyo rukwenda kikabere kirungi o mixing so that we understand the language you are using and the aim we are following.
Okay, thank you sir. So twantureba aha emiringo yo kureberera entasya yo mu byanga, ebyanga byite ibe biterire ninga sho mujungu cyo bakweta ways of taking care of the villages. Okay, so we have it's a cycle, or it's a team of players, and the key player are the taxpayers. Aho muri nyankore babeta abazani. Okay. So twareba ngu nitubanza no kurundana amakuru omu bantu. Okurundana amakuru omu bantu. Ninga ekyo kubasa kweta field data collection. Okay? Then ekya kabiri twareba okutebekanisa ebaruha y'okuchondoza. That's called, we draft the valuation list. Okay? Are we together now? Thank you. 3, kworeka enchwamu eji omu bantu. We display the valuation list to the people or the taxpayers. 4, okuhakanisa n'okwetunganirira. So here evaluation appeals and objections. Abantu nibetunganirira ninga bapiringa omu koti na n'okurugirira enchwamu egi. Then ya katano tuzahari embuga y'amateka y'okugera. We call it the valuation court. Mukaaga enjera yaha muheru. That's the final valuation list. We call it assessment. Then okushashuza no kurundana, billing and collection of the tax. 9, okubika ebihandiko, record keeping. Then lastly, okuleberera ejemishoro or monitoring, okuleberera. Then here they have called it monitoring. That is the local revenue management process. That's how they manage your taxes, or they manage your revenues, the procedures they follow. Ninga shumul nyankore kibarukwete njende roho. So numukun sasran tuatan karit so ninkugezaho kula kusyara kuseho tukarga habinje mbamwine na appointments nyinge zo kukirarieza. Oburemezi buhango buri kwata ahakwayo okwemishoro omuri Uganda n'abantu burijo kwesiga kuche enkora n'emitwarize y'emishoro. The reason why people are not complying with these tax rates, in other words, why people are not paying tax, is that they do not trust, they don't have trust in how these taxes are accounted, or they do not, like the officials do not give proper accountability of these taxes. And that's why people are not complying. Ekigendererwa kyaitu ekikuru n'okurwanirira obuheereza nari emishoro y'oburinganiza ahari bakama b'ebintu. That our major objective is that we are soliciting for fairness and better service delivery of these property owners. That's what we are soliciting for here. Turi kwongera okutangazibwa okwatirine no kurundana entasya na nokwentasya era shohozibwe ombyanga. We are doing this by doing a follow-up on how these revenues are collected and how they are spent in the local villages. That's how we are going to reach out this fair tax and service delivery in Mbarara City. Abebembezi bahansi nibateekwa kujunanizibwa kureba ngu entasya okwerukurundanwa n'oburinganiza nikwinganizibwa kandi nikuzaara bakama b'ebintu baba nibaza kwikiriza omukwa emishoro. That the local leaders, they are accountable for the fair and smooth way of collecting these taxes, and the evaluation, the process of evaluating their properties should not lead to compromises. That the owners of the property should not compromise in a way they are handling the revenue process or the revenue collection process. It should be fair, and that is accounted to the local leaders who are implementing this. Okay? Amateeka gona aga Uganda nagahereza omuringo ogu gavumenti erikujunanizibwamu omuringo ogu amateeka gari kugamba emirimo. That they are rules regulating the way the government should be accountable for collecting these revenues as it is written in the constitutions. We will see some of the articles that guide revenue collection here. Therefore, they should follow the same rules, in other words, if it is to be fair. Okay? Then nabo kugarukamu kwabagambwaho abantu ba Uganda. So you people, we are going to base on what you're saying to see what they are doing, if it is in line with what is supposed to be done. Okay? Then we look at omushoro gwebintu omu Uganda, the major cause why we are here. No mushoro gwebintu. So we are going to look at that tax, the property tax, which has brought us here. Omu Uganda harimu emishoro mingi erikukwata omu kyanga ky'amataka n'ebyombeko n'obutungi bwabyo. Enkozesa ninga enkurakurana y'amataka n'ebyombeko. Egi emishoro erimu nka ebishare by'ebintu omu nsharo za stampu, gwa stampu, ebishare by'okwohereza sente, emishoro y'amagoba g'entandikwa, emishoro y'entaasya aha ntaasya erikuruga omu bapangisa. That in Uganda there are very many tax rates. We have taxes, the property taxes, which are got from you can talk of buildings in which people reside and they do business in, the land which are developed, okay? Then there are also other taxes like stamp tax. Then there are also taxes which accrue from selling an interest on property sold, okay? Those are different taxes in Uganda. So let's talk about omushoro gwa stamp or the stamp duty, or call it a tax. Omushoro gwa stamp, emishoro y'amagoba g'entandikwa n'emishoro gw'entaasya aha bupangisa n'emishoro erikurundanwa Uganda revenue. That duties or the rates which are collected from the stamp duty, and then on that rental tax, all those are collected by the Uganda Revenue Authority, URA. Entaasya erikuruga omu mishoro egi neegita ahambarira y'ihanga. That the revenues collected from these taxes they contribute to the national budget. The stamp tax, the rent tax, and then the interest rates, those contribute to the national budget. Unlike where we are yet to see the property tax. Okay? Turhamwe? Ahi tinkwenda mbatuje nyuma kuba wija ukaragiraho bushakirungi. So nchokore umushaya raising issue, I try to balance orujungu naki abo kuba rurimi rwa taxi rugumira icyenga omu rurimi rwito rw'Urunyankore. Konka ebishare by'ebintu n'omushoro gurukurundanwa government y'ahansi entaasya erikuruga omuri ogwo mushoro neegita ahanshoza y'ebyanga. That unlike the other taxes that we've seen, the stamp, the rent, and the interest, this property tax is collected by the local government and it contributes to the local government budget. Okay? That this property tax which has brought us here, the main objective, for it does not contribute to the national budget. In other words, it is not collected by the Uganda Revenue Authority, but the local leaders, the local government, and it contributes to the local government. It's supposed to be used in the development of these local collecting garbage, roads, network, and so forth. Okay? So that tax is here to help us. The people, the native within, doesn't contribute to the national budget. Empereza z'ahansi zirimu nka okuteekateekera ebibuga ebikuru n'obureeberezi, okukora na n'okureeberera enguuto, ebitaara by'amahanda, obwecumi na n'okurundaana oburofa, emibazi erikutangira omushweija gw'ensiri n'amaizi marungi, empeereza enkuru aha byanga etarimu empeereza enkuru aha byanga eteiremu n'abakama b'ebintu. I think this one I'll actually explained it before. That this tax, the services provided by the government include developing the city, for example, developing Mbarara City, then working on the road network, then on collecting garbage, doing garbage collection, Then ensuring that there is enough medicine for treating, for example, malaria in the health centers. The health centers we have here, the fourth, we are very lucky in Mbarara, you have a referral. Elsewhere, they don't have. So all these are the services which are supposed to be provided by the local government through your property taxes that you pay. Okay? We proceed. Ebishare by'ebintu n'ensharwa ebishare by'ebintu n'ensharwa aha bintu by'entaasya n'omushoro ahi bitagenda ninga ebyombeko ebirikurebererwamu aha mutindo gw'entaasya nka amashomero, amaju g'obupangisa, amaduuka g'obupangisa. That these property rates are levied on productive properties. The properties, for example, the land, the buildings which are rented where they are doing businesses in. The properties in which people reside, talk of the hostels. This is where they levy the property tax. The productive properties, not these properties which are not productive or developed. Okay? So you are ought to know who is supposed to be taxed. That's the fairness we are talking about. Okay? So we also proceed, then we see amakorero emyaka yokoreramu, amatendekero gahiguru nebindi. These higher the institutions of learning, schools, the skill development projects where they are, the buildings in which they are taking place, those ones are supposed to be taxed. Omuntasya n'obubyakuba nibiturwamu mukama wabyo. That as long as you are earning an income, even if you're residing within that building, some of us or some of you here, you are renting a room at the same time you have a business in front. So as long as there is a business taking place or there is an income you are generating from that building, you are supposed to pay a tax for it. Okay? A property tax, not every tax. So then we are going to look at, anyway, konka omushoro ogu tuguri kuteebwa aha batuuze b'omwanya oguri kuturwamu na mukama wago ninga ogutiine omwanya ogutiine kirimu. That these property tax are not supposed to be, that for example, the properties which are not supposed to be taxed are these, like the properties in which one resides, like a house in which you reside, ningenjo yo kuraramu, and you do not do any business in it. That property, you are not supposed to be paying a tax for it. It could be a land, and you are not doing anything with it. There are lands which are developed. There are lands where we can find a washing bay, a parking. That land you are supposed to pay tax because it generates income. Unlike where you have a vacant land or you have a room, you are a house, a residential house that you are residing in, that one is not supposed to be taxed. Okay? Those are the exemptions where the tax is not supposed to be charged. We proceed. We are going to look at the okwebishare by'emishoro y'ebintu eri kucwibwamu. Okwebishare by'emishoro y'ebintu biri kucwibwamu. That the criterion or the criteria under which they follow to come up with these taxes. Okay? Ebishare by'ebintu omuri Uganda nibitegekwa government ya hansi. Akachweka ka 8 aka 2005 Local Revenue Government Act. Okay? They say that these property tax, they are governed by the local government under the Act, the Article 8 of 2005 Local Revenue Government Act. Okay? This is where the property tax comes from. It is constitutional. Akacweka nikaha government yahansi obushobozi bwo kucwamu omutindo encwamu nanokurundana emishoro omu byanga ebi bari kukuratira. That this article, it gives the mandate, or it gives the levels under which they should follow to collect these taxes, okay, in these local villages. Are we together? Nahabwecho government yahansi nebasa kuta emishoro aha bintu kurgira aha mutindo oguri kubasa kusharwaho omushoro aha kintu ningashi ekizimbe omuchanga eki ziri kutwara. That the local government anyway, that nahabwecho government zahansi, the local government, it can levy a tax on a property depending on the level of productivity. For example, how productive is your property? That's how they will base to levy a tax on your property. Yes, it will not just come and they be like, this is a building, it is worth $1 million, therefore you are supposed to pay this. No, they have to value the level of productivity or how developed it is, and then they accord a tax on your property. That's what it should be done. In other words, you should be informed when they come for these taxes, but you tell them, but this is how it should be done. Okay? Omutindo guri kubasa kusharwaho umushoro aha kintu nugurigirira aha mutindo gwentasya y'omwaka gwona. That the level at which they base to levy a tax, yes, it depends on how how much income have you generated for the whole year, or the anticipated income, because sometimes they don't know the exact figure, but the anticipated income that you generate from this property, yes, based on the prevailing market rates, it's where they will base to accord a tax or to levy or to nhobara kugerekere omushoro gora appropriate ogoine kushashura. That is after a financial year. Okay? Kitari kurigirira aha kintu cyopangise ninga ahansi y'obucweka 22 ahari 10 enyongeraho y'obureberezi ningashi enyongeraho y'enshohoza. So it doesn't depend on which building that you're renting or you're using, but on there is also a percentage. It is the 22% or 22 out of 100 that is supposed to be provided to the local government for service delivery. Okay? Omutindo guri kubasa kusharwaho omushoro aha kintu nigucibwamu enchondoza yo kwetegereza ehandikisibwe kandi ehamiziwe. That the level of at which they assess you, it depends, or they depend on the valuation process okuchondoza, which is written and which is approved. The process, the evaluation process which is written and approved, is where they base to accord a tax or to charge a tax on your property. Okay? Omushoro gw'omwaka oguri kushororwa guri ahagati y'obucweka busha na 12 ahari 100 y'omutindo guri kushashurwa aha kintu. That the tax you pay or the tax collected on that property is between 0 and 12% of of the evaluated worthiness of the property, in other words, of the rateable value. Okay? Then the last bit of it is okumanya ebintu no kubichondozaho. To know how do I know the property and how do we evaluate it. Okay? How do I know that Mr. X has a property somewhere, and then the procedures that I follow to do the evaluation of that property. Omuringo gwo kumanya gurimu okurundana ebiri kukwata aha bakama b'ebintu. Omwanya gw'itaka na n'ensharo zikureebwa otiiremu n'akacweka k'obubonero oburikureebwa n'amaisho bw'ekintu ekirikuteebwa aha mushoro. That you should know the geographical, if it's land, one should know the geographical boundaries of that land and the features which can be seen with their naked eyes. Then there they will be in position to evaluate. In other words, in any case, you cannot evaluate a land where you don't know its boundaries, okay? So he should be knowing the boundary of your property. If it's a building, they should know where you start and where you stop, okay? Then they do the evaluation. Ahakutunga ekihandiko enchondoza yokubanza kuruga awo muchondozi ekitongore kiringanise nikivunanizibwa omu mateeka go kushohoza omu government gazette nahabuche orupapura rumwe rw'amakuru oruri kutambuzibwa omu kicweka ekiri kutwarwa. That here there is that the evaluator, there is a process they follow, and there is it's called the government gazette. Or they are supposed to write these in the newspapers which normally prevails within that area. Amahuri, the local newspapers which you are predominantly known in that area. This evaluation process should be written and disbursed to the property owners or to the tax base or the people who are supposed to pay these taxes. Okay? Kurabira omuri kirango kyashohozibwe omu gazette ninga omu rupapura buri omwe natunga kumanyisibwa ahakubaho kwe kihandiko kyo kuchondoza ekijire kuchondozibwaho. That through this newspaper, for example, that they will have put in the evaluation process, or when they intend to evaluate, everyone will be brought to attention that there is a process of evaluating these properties ahead of them, and they prepare. Kukuratira okumanyisibwa kwa buri omwe mukama w'ekintu kwari kuhurira ngu enchondoza y'enchwamu tiyo buringaniza nayikirizibwa kwayo okuhakanisa kwe ekihandi omubiro 13 kuruga omu kirango kyashohozebwa. That if the property owner, one of the property owner, is not conversant with the evaluation process, he can appeal to the courts of law. Okay? He can appeal to the courts of law after, that is within 30 days after they have declared the evaluation process. Okay? Within 30 days, that's when you are supposed to appeal. Beyond that, your hearing will not be heard. Okay? Yes. Omwanya ogu kuguru kurabaho government yahansi netsindika ekihandiko ky'okucondoza ekyokizemu na nekirango omu mbuga y'amateeka y'enchwamu, that after these 30 days, after all that has elapsed and people have appeared, that the local government will forward your appeal to the higher courts of law. Okay? Okundi okuhakanisibwa kona ni kuba nikuza kuhurirwa omu mbuga y'amateeka egi etari kubaasa. Oihiremu hagira ekyabaho ekitatebeziibwe kurenzya amezi 6 kuhendera okuhurira oku. Embuga y'amateeka y'enchwamu neija kumanyisa okujonjora kwayo government yahansi, that the higher court will explain on how they intervened between the property owner who appealed and the evaluator or the local government that did the evaluation process. Chakanisa nana owakozere okuchondoza oku, that is the evaluator and the one who appealed against the valuation. Embuga y'ama chakanisa kurigirira ahakachweka 22 ka Local Government Revenue Act nabasa kwetonganirira okuraba omu mbuga y'amateeka eyahiguru arikuhakanisa engendererwaho y'okuchondoza kona kwakozirwemu. Enchondoza neija kuteebwa omu nkora. Then if the one who, the property owner who appealed is not convinced with the way they had his appeal, then he will go to the higher courts of laws now, and then he will be heard if all goes well. So that brings us to the process, the end of the process of evaluating tax. How they should evaluate, you should be aware on the procedures they follow. Let them not just come and they tell you are supposed to pay this and this. So this is how it should be done fairly, and at the end of the day, they are also supposed to account to give you better services. So at this moment, I will welcome the community liaison officer for his remarks, who will later invite the mayor. Thank you.
Your Worship, the Mayor and your executive, Town Clerk and the technical team, property owners, residents, all political leaders, our chairpersons representing local councils, the team representing USAID, Riponami, Nzuri Advertising Agency, protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Tuliireje? Ekihandiko ky'abakingi byakanya byayetegerezebwa mpora mpora ate ekyo nikyo nanindonda nyenda ngu twikirizane ngo ekintu ekyatwarira abantu abo kiyashoma basically ni summary ya Local Government Rating Act 2005 and its subsequent amendments. Ekiragire kyatwarira abantu research bakahandika cyona kikazaho tukubasa kucyetegereza mu dakika ezibiri ningisha tekwe konka twikirizane ngu twaba tutungire mu bicebi nikituhereza omutwe kuteekateka okuronda information endiijo. That from here you can now go seek for more information. This law is a public document. The law that governs property rates is a public document. I mean, it's, if you, for those of you on smartphones, you can go there and Google the Local Government Rating Act 2005, and you will find it there in PDF or Word form. Nyenda mbeyanjure ntakagumizemu nebanyita Samwiri Rwakinanga Tayebwa izine ry'abamwe abatunjero upapura bwa property rates numbasa kwa mwarishomereho ni nkurati mu eyabashoroza bo mushoro abakanzo kando mu project eje ya property valuation nebe kugenderaho ninye focal person omukanso ori kureberera bikwata target project. Of course ori kuba nabireberera nari town kiraka konko bumwe ntumanye cha delegation nagira ati mbwene kanjire yo muntu oraberisho ryanje omu project eje ogwe no murimo gunkora na no kunywanisa abantu na project necho rukurra bacetera community liaison office kunywanisa abantu nachi na project aha bwenji nitunywanisa abantu na project no mumanyo musoro kuyihakare no mbiburi abantu baturana bagira ngo abakushoroza umusoro baho barebotora habo batore nkaye konka tushiro bwiro mu ryogo mwako gw'2022 tushemeye kwa ntukikore ibyo tushemere kuhika aha bahibo musoro bakuhikana n'abagushoroza na n'abakugukozesa bakikirizana bakagira ngo ikishemuka nikitwaza bwakiti kashobwe kiragero kiri shiti iwabwe nje wangwatoti kashikansheme kwa nimpezi iwabwe nje wanshabezi ebintu ebyo hatura hatarimo kubyetegereza ahabwo kuba abakuguronda na nabakugushashura batura barya bo kucompana no kwitana turi hamwe tinkwenda kupreemptinge by'abandi baragambe konga turya habwo kuba murebera abantu babahika bakupima bizimbe byanyu valuation negendo misho mwabarebere utakabarebero weye noha omwe babiri bashatu bana batano ninyenda nkukamize ngo baza kukuhikaho haze kintu eco cyo kupima kikashashurwa na sponsor wacho ni USAID hata no manya nitwa bamwe abajira bazire ko kuza kushwerero mwana wa utakahire njugano banzo mbuza utibito muhisho wo kuza kutunga bamuharawo eka yaberahi no wa Uganda oyena ngo yetegereze utakatire minjugano zawe kuba tuhire sente kuborobezaho kake bagira ngo kashi kutorate mu sente zo gukora valuation abantu bo musoro bagwikirize kashi abantu bo musoro gumukushoroza ni mugukozesa bagureba kashi go musoro gumukushoroza guri fair baja mbwena katuzitemu konka ntuzagaruka tukwato mukono gundi guzo mu bantu go gubuze bibuze byo batugambire ekirimo neco kugira ngo nitumanya sensitization kansetura neijane sensitizing abantu hata yo USAID yashara byinyuma yajara mbwe n'abantu reka nabo basensitizing council through research bajigambire bikubatiganisa niki esente kuzarabigeza services za government your worship the meya hata abantu bijaho kugambira ngubo ikikubasasa neki ni cece kipapure cyo ina desk yawe ekiri mu questions hajaro wakinyerereza ncherebe so utagenda utakigarukire mwecho checho kangoze se echawe chera kambo yerekera ari iki cha munywano wanje unashitamina echi kiri mu questions ugendo zigarukiremu okuzigaruka mokwe nikuza kubane kuhabora kanso ekeshemere gukora no kukoza mu gushoro gwawe narishe bikusasa omushoro ekiragiro nache bagambira tukubasa kuchego mwizoba rimwe konga offices zitu ziri open kwa kubuyine cyo kwenda kwetegereza notwishyirira nocyetegereza uko values bakuzidetamininga yakushobora konka nimanya ngo mwe no basabota ki abuka n'ekibaro kiryo mu kiragero n'ekibaro nkiruga nkanshikaha ngo gendo rebe ekizimbe cyo muntu na range yo muntu oyetegereze ko yakugipangisa akiha mushiringizingaho mu mwaka deno garuko gereza wihaho uzisige nyuma ahubwo kuba yine kugirebe yakikoraho kikamuretereza sente dene zo rasagazeho uziyeho bucweka ku rugare emwe kwikari 12 omuri Mbarara tutwire turyari 5 kampare ryari mukaga entebe ryari 8 jinja 8 njeru town kanseka yakiza yo zona yazari 11 konka bwa petition bajigaruzari 10 ninga mwenda so bushenyi ryari na municipality so nuringu hachereho fairness okurugirira kwitu konka niwe no basa kurete kitiso cyawe ugiruta utkonka shana neji 5 itweke twenzire hati nugwo mucyo turumu hati kugira ngo abakuru bagiriki bakimanyira omushoro gubarakuteho no ija gumanyote kine kintu kikuru tutakagenze kandi babijaha tibyanyu mwenka mwahikayo ejenjire mujibuzye ombanta bande bagimanye ahubwo kuba wijaho uri kurepresentinga abandi bantu nihija kubaho bwire nihija kuraba munke kizinda reberangwa radio bagere mu mwene hati mpapara za values zitimbirwa hakanso either state na ra divisions uzeho yerebe omanye sente zikugerekirwe nihija ko bari umuntu uri kugidisplayinga nakushobora rero cyo bagenderire kwako botashemerirwe ningo karengwe bibakutireho tebikubasaka kanso eyebembirwe meya nihija kutaho valuation court na town clerk valuation court ejo teshemikwe bakanso nabare mu nkabahandiki nebere mu valuers nebere mu nabandi bantu abine abakozi remirimo nkejo abine omurujungu bateta reputable icyo wagamba bimwe mu runyankore nibiguma people of reputable nature people who you can trust valuation court eshemikwe ine cha person wayo arya hidara either ya magistrate ninga omuntu okozero bwa roya kumara imyaka 5 no kugaruza higuru so we expect it to be fair ozemu oyetonganeho ugambe byawe value agambe byeye deni kimurikirizane cyandikwe no basakuza yero kugira ngo bakushazire nyinji bazishare ninga waza kugamba bashange umukandi bakaba bakushabire nanje bongereho kake ninga bazereka hizabaziri ibyo byo na koti neyikiriza bakubikora kuwa kubotashemerirwa na koti eje kiyasharamu no appealing mu high court abukije ko muntu ubatire hari ya magistrate ninga nabasa kuba appointed to the magistrate no appealing mu high court ecyaragero nkigaruka kiza ngo wano appealing obe no shashureze sente kwiko bukote rigerake erisharamu no mecyaragero cyo ni kwekiri abaganda bine cyo bagamba ngo kiso cyambuzi kirekero umubazi ne kitunulira ki kirekerero umusi ne kitunulira umubazi koko bano share mbuzi iwo ryo mukozi yo nenerebe iwo ni wajita konko wajita nabare mukama wayo owakutuma tiro ko shaririya so eceragero ni kwekiri utareba wachi implementinga okebwe eceragero kuchire kandi ezo values nizizaho kumara emyaka 5 nico kurebera ngu oba rent yawe ya increasinga oba yashuma emyaka 5 nababara munoza kubo balance ingereki ekivarecho then is expiring bakore zindi nebyo bishenka samare eyebyo mwami yatushomera munyikirize hato mukoro gwitwaza kutandika officially ito twaturyumbya ombya background ibyo kubamanya sabwe nchi turyaha omukoro gwitu ni gutandika officially no kugamba kwa his worship the mayor munyikiriza shaheji no manye by'omutimbagano hina bariyo people are watching us from far on Facebook, on Twitter Spaces, on YouTube, so they are saying that we mix. But I think what I've said, I've been mixing in English. I've talked about the law, the Local Government Rating Act 2005. I've talked about the process of valuation. I've talked about why we are here and why USAID is interested in this sort of engagement, civic engagement. I've talked about how the values are determined. I've talked about how to appeal the values if you are not satisfied. And I've talked about the time limit. The values are subsistent for the 5 years. And with that, without wasting much time, allow me invite His Worship the Mayor to address you in this civic engagement, and we thank him for honoring our invitation.
Thank you so much. I have had your new title as a community liaison officer by the virtue of what you are now. State Clerk, Your Worship Deputy Mayor, Your Worship Division Mayors, I have seen, where are you by the way? Yes, Jomo Mugabe, and you are supposed to be seated this side by virtue of your position. And His Worship, the Division Mayor of North is where? The chairs are reserved for you this side. And members of executive of the City Council, members of executive of divisions, honorable councillors, invited stakeholders, the business community, and everybody in the house. I will speak Runyankore and mix some little English, as we have been requested by the press people. First of all, I want to thank you for coming to this engagement, stakeholders engagement meeting on property tax. And I want to thank USAID for organizing this one for us. Property tax has been a tax here which people have been paying without even understanding why they are paying it. Is it for the council? Is it in the laws of the local government? Or it is something that people can sleep, then dream, and tomorrow implement? So I'm very happy now. You have mentioned it very clear, and we have known that it is a law that people should pay the tax. Property taxage nangwa na chimwe ijo USAID kwizire bari kugira ngo baza kutuyamba umukora assessment. I said this is what I have always wanted to see happening. Abantu kushashura mushoro batagucengere akanoreba enyuma ubabara abantu. People didn't know why this property tax, why the evaluation, what they were supposed after, where they were supposed to get involved, and where they were supposed even to go for complaints. For how long should they complain? So I'm very happy now we have started this. And I told my team, please give this period enough time to sensitize our people about property tax. Let people know right away from start what they are supposed to do before this tax is put in place. Bakije nyuma babara kuba bara abantu babara no complaininga mwabura ko hariho ibiro 30 byahwa byahwire abantu tubakimanya bari bantu babatere papura manya bonyagire manyogize rota manya twaza kukinga manya twara tugende kamwanshabire nyingi hati nkoreki ekiragiro cyakwasere. You see, so I said no, let us start with people right away. Kandi emyaka 5 mwajura omuntu ariyo natoba n'umushoro emyaka 5 ahabwo kuba umushoro gukabaho tiyagumanye. Ate nyine nkabanywana banje ko gurukurugaza rwenjiro nambwe nubwo bya property ninjya batakumanya abarwenjiro yimerera turi abacicwamba bare cicwamba jumo nabajwekerana murongo naka. Yes, cicwamba reba ngo hata abacwamba zakambaba abamwetu bari kubicenga. So we need to let these people know nangwana nabari yagati yeta unubonka bakama bebizimbe n'ubu bari kubicenga. So we need to involve them, we start with them, we notify them, we move together. And people pay for a tax which they know. So I'm very happy about this engagement that has been done, and I'm happy the meeting yabaho nanyenyebeririho because I have been away. Konkanjize nti ninyirukanga na narohana nagira konkani mbanyebeririho. So mwebare mnonga ekyakandi hatu mwahurira emitendero ukwere kugenda mbwene emitendero kwera abe eryetyo hatu umurumo gwanje niwe urya umurumo gwanje n'abanywana banje ba media no kureba ngwenjire giya kahariya aha muntu ahabwo I have been seeing people asking me kantureba abantu bariyo Mbarara meya hacha abantu babaraki bishin bagira bata. Like for example today the chairperson of Makenke was calling me that you called him and you have not gone there, they have been waiting for you. Kunkano rengwa kukabajire mukukumanyangu there is a team doing the exercise. So ati team ejo yaika ahamwanya tubahereze time ahabwo kwa n'umushoro baba kugerekire nugukuzo maraka tubahereze time oringurize cyo mbintu ebyo ubyetegereze kubaraheze kora display eje batugambira tukimanye kambe ninda abantu bona n'abagufu n'abahango n'abaringwa n'abakina bona babintu bisha kureba a list ya a notice board ya list ya Central Market because people had an interest. People would come look, my name is not there, what, you know. So it should be the same thing now. When this list is out, please go and check and see how much. And you say, no. Kana bwechinde nimwe abarwa sexinga. Tutakase singe mshorere njira abantu bakanyumbaza. Yes. Tutakase singa emshorere njira abantu. Umuntu akehanu ko umutoma akafuka akargaho. Echo na kitandikana kale tutakase singa emishoro because we want to do A, B, C, D, and you find people cannot pay it. We shall also be wasting a lot of your money, by the way, and your time and people's time. Mwene mishoro eiturateho tubentu manyangu ne mishoro true konka abantu friendly abantu baza kugishashura nango mushoro gwetu kukabaga friendly munonga no bakugira ngo shashe shingi bibiri nabwe no terende urayino konka kitakarenga kikashisha kubi munonga abantu bakecawe hakanoza kuroburana bagambe ate kindu gambire cyo umwami sawa one of the areas this man is supposed to do ni mani mwijano kuchibuza konka mutachibuza kana kuchigaruka mwawurira ngo harimu ko kuyora kasase mbwene je begendire kuriya omukugereka because paying for garbage I cannot change it mbwene je begendire kuriya omwomwe are you getting me ebegendire omwe evaluation no kwentajihurirayo mbweno na mwabanu mwe evaluatinga mube mmanye ngo people will have to pay for their own garbage mbwena ko kabeka jireyo dene zasigara zekore nguto ezasigara zekore bindi ezasigara zekora street lights ezasigara tuzekora services za street lights. Actually people were even asking me why some of these street lights are off. I have been seeing it they are also like cars. When you drive a car service newa ojigarrayo na mbwenu some of lights lifespan yazo will happen to endagarka kuservicinga hakanzi korra battery of course netunga mu issues so hatin kebyo then akona akagamba akagabeji nakagamba omushoro kuba friendly nakagamba okukoperatinga n'abantu abarikora evaluation icyo nico ndikwenda hatogo ngo muri mugwitu nkabebe mbese nka stakeholders let us also cooperate with these people. We cooperate with them, we work together turebe ngo exercise tiya tutegana. This tax it has been here haza irukushashwa konka umuringo gutarwa. By the way hariho chimpereze kwangira kimwe that property tax here in the business center and where cannot go into the hands of those people to tender it. Never. Because the tenderers, what I experienced in the last phase of this property tax that we have been collecting, it has been a mess. But it is tario kandi baba bazibihiremu. Bachiza kureta kunungwa abantu banjiri. Ogomwa yeta oba kubyizina ngo liaison office some stand up. Tukashitamanka council twagira ngo we need to have a person specifically for revenue. Ya umaski bakurebeje specifically for revenue. Twabantu buza engineer wenguto ahabwe nce nguto zitakozirwa. Engineer honto bantu murebe. Twabantu gira ngo iwe ahabwe nce cyo tachikozire. Koror commercial office. Ntubantu murebe. So we said we need a person specifically for revenue. Sente zabura tubuze some why? What is the problem? That is your job. Nugo murumo gwa by the way. Nyotarugo n'umurumo gutwakuretira. Kandi ko uyu nugundi nyotuguru hoti ndugumanya. Kureka nyoni manyogo. So I said you must be a chindu kwenda one, you must be friendly to these people because they are your employers. Nanye nabo kama banje konkiwi ahabwo kubora zakayo mushoroza w'umushoro mbwenu iwe otakaba zakayo kugira ngo abantu bakunje no baterero tsumu no bagambira je numukoragana je nabashashura umushoro nibakureka kipande baba tashashire wata sit so now echo ningira ngo nutuba twachendera hate sente ijwaha is correcting turiyo ntuzagura greda. We have been having a challenge of road network nobutwa kwa twine sente oshanga tutine grade tukiza kujiha yaringa esente za kwenzikora kilometers nkamukaga oshanga zahwera omukwayaringa kuri. So we said no, we need a new grader kandi nungi neyangai etari ya China twenda grader nungi munonga negorwa ngai ti Japan nsya omusyasya ne papura byayo tugishembure rero turagara mu buhanda rero tukora ubuhanda rero tutebekanise rero twigure nguto ezimwe ezitakigwirwe rero tukore site yitu tugite aha murembe advert yashohire aka ministry ya local government ekatukiriya ya works ekatukiriya ringa, so we are going to buy our grader financial year eje yituriyo tugambira eze sente neza property tax wanyetegereza ninjira no mpuku saving akuriya okwa kasasiro ezitwabetayo miliyoni 368 buri mwaka no kurenga. So we said no, let us save and we do something better. Ebindi nibyingi of course ecyangwe kinabanyizire gukora kwaba kuriyo kwija kwigura engagement meeting eji cya kabiri no kubagambira ngo mushoro gutakanga abantu bakiruka cya kashatu no kutoma mind y'abantu kumanya ngo bakire kubana bamanya time ebo bakire kuza kureba aha noteboard no hubara complaining no kubaratunje ukwerwa kugira ngo abantu bayitandikire ikintu cyabo bakimanya kandi bahendera nacyo. And lastly, which I want to emphasize on is cooperation. Itwitwe nka leaders kumakinga sure ngo twahwera abantu babagereka orabatabire satisfied yije yabona aharazi. Council will put in place the quotas you have had kurra issues z'abantu abo kandi akota ho nanisha abanyo mutanta wakwa mwantaho nimbasa no kugushisha waba ine miliyoni zingaye mbisharimu mbwene mute habari taken ko ticyukunkirize kiragiro bishinyondi yikirize bwa kiragiro kiye. Where do I sit and make a lot of what? It is only here to talk and the law kunkaka stana kigamba kare, if the law cannot allow me, don't overtax kandi cyo tena kigamba. Otherwise, I thank you so much, and I know we have started late. I officially open this engagement meeting for God and my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship, Robert Mugabe. Kacheves.
Kacheves, of course. Nyinenchi konkitano. Mbwene nimwisha kundeka ni njenda. Konkwa Richard na Jaguma. Deputy Mayor Arwa. Speaker Ngugwaria. Nabandi. Mbwene mwebiri kwetagisa, they will answer. No mwene mwisha kuhandika, then I will access some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like he has said, you need to note this. Mbasa kuba mwine buze mkwenda kubuza, and that session is also there. Therefore, you are advised to note some of the questions you would wish to be answered from here before you leave. When that time comes, eshan zija kwikatwa akire buzo na answers bahewe. Mwebare munonga. Eshahez tuwaza kwakiraho representative wa residents tuire exercise etanchiro bwire buringwa. We've been engaging some of the people here, so the residents inorije kuba representinga akageraho remarks yahereza, and she will take strictly 3 minutes because we started late. Mr. Basima Francis Basime, yes, ogunakuri kurekera ba residents ninga batuze Mbarara City kugira ebiyagambaho haza we na munonga naba na emphasizing ahereza bwa government. Mwebare munonga.
His Worship the Mayor, abatwesere abo kweterana kwesha heji omujweji, the press, mbezibona abajansi ya Mayor ukwikari nyowe LC1.
ntwara umugisha gwo kubakira no kuba nimwe akintu kikuru nk'eki icy'abatuze batahire binenjara na n'iroho ryacyo. So I take this opportunity to say you have brought what we wanted at the right time. Amazina umwaboko bandi bahati Basime Francis yo mutuzo mu Uganda Mbarara in particular Kiswahili se koko dijanjwe chire abatuze and in relation to tax, in particular property tax, nashemererwa because the exercise has been ongoing umbatuze bitu mwe bari kutohereza babene bapima nibagira, but nyonko muntu I know tax is good because development is based on tax. Konka abatuze bagenzi banje nangwa nabo ko bastamye mu rumage abatakumanya why there should be tax, and the majority who should be paying tax are the ones who don't know why they are taxed. So we still have a challenge. I'll make a comparison. His Worship the Mayor ubuto atandika omuntu garbage generator okweshashurira abantu shikabanza cyabagumira, but now it is very okay umuntu nakimanya ngu ya generatinga cyango nashashura cyango. That one is embedded umbatuze bagenzi banje. So nani teka ubwo muresere ayongeremo amani oba yongeremo bundi busente ukongera kwegesa the taxpayers aboko nabo bariyo binji misameya wa mugambira ngo yatashururize mwinji icyo rakore nawe nakimanya. So umushoro gurye nyuma konka abo guhereza tubakatungire ukumanya bwakene baguhereza very few. When I'm relating the last exercise, ababene bayija kutugerekera no kugira bakabijuremwe bibuzo umwabwo kwegesa bijuremwe bibuzo mukama w'ekizimbe noha nimushashura zinga ho kwezi nimbitwaza muta tubaraburize. We have a challenge n'amazima etawone ijura abakozi twena ntubatugire gukora konko mushoro tugukushashurwa a tenant nugushashurwa property owner. You wouldn't take your time kugira ngo mwaterera property owner either yabahereza representative kumugarukira mu bibuzo bye no kumanya ubahi bapima hakwato wa mugenzi we ubahi bapima icecunga nabwo cyo. I expect so many challenges okuma office y'imwa kuteraho mwajangwe hakuba hariyo baroya ariyo challenges nyingi aho kwa measurements zimwakozire tinkuzimanya ubamurije kunchiriza tukagarukayo tumuranyesere nyonka property owner kumbuza ikine kibanja cyawe nokoma hino rugahi oyine mwemizugwengahi nibakushashura zingahi oyine ka receipt ukatworeka ho tukaprovinga. So members nanta kuteka ngo ngire bingi konka tushashura mushoro nitwe nk'abayembezi ahansi habatuze bari ntuzaguma ntubegesa konki twahindukire nka uniform na wamugambara Mr. Speaker takurra abo kwakakureba wazirwe na hati nachikureba you are the same person konka kwabene hija munkaba basya ata taking time attention kumanya. So government yongeramo busente for civic education on tax. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Basime Francis. I think he has really submitted very well. He has appreciated, he has advocated, he has advised. That's all we want. Thank you very much. I think at this time, we would prefer breaking off for breakfast. Twatandika late mutusasire mbwenu na breakfast ntukugifuna late. But better at this time. Okay, you will follow the same route that brought you. You climb upstairs there, you go to the lounge there. Nhomula kufundika breakfast. Mwebare munonga. Konkari katukwata obwire twije kare abo kuba wintend kumariza ogwo mukoro sha munana. Nkikurugirira okumura kwata obwire. Already mwe bwafa kasheje. Mwebare. Kandi nimbendeza ka breakfast karunju. will ask a question and they will answer. That will take 15 minutes. Therefore, be noting down. I will come and collect those questions, which will be answered by the liaison officer. At this moment, we are going to have a presentation from the vulnerable group, which is represented by Mr. Tame Enos. Mr. Tame Enos, you are welcome. We encourage timekeeping. Because we are a bit late and we don't want to spend the whole day here. Thank you. Ntubashaba okugezaho okukyendeza ahabwire kukozesa obwire buke presentinga abo kuba twatandika late mbwenu turiyo nturwana n'eshaaha reka tutaka tugezeho okukyendeza speech zitu ntushaba turjaha bukere kare tutakasiba mwebare munonga.
Okay, thank you very much, the organizers of this engagement, and I greet you all. I want to recognize the presence of Attorney Clerk, the Mayor, and other officials around. So I'm happy to be part of this engagement. My names, I'm called Tame Enos, and a representative of persons with disabilities, Mbarara City. But I'm here to give a presentation on vulnerable persons. And I don't know if, okay, I will be using English, Runyankore, as we proceed. Mwebare munonga. First of all, nisima all the services offered ahabantu bitaba buriju kuruga on property tax. Ahabokuba obuhereza nebuzayo kandi ntubusima. Kunkuba ningamba ishitweta vulnerable groups. Nyowe omukwetegerezo kwanje ni ababantu abo buhereza buruho konka we nkomuntu nabasa obutabwa isya konka nabasa kubutungarabiro mundijo mugiraki mu ntogo haza nshanga ngu ababantu nobatura omu expensive life. So mbenu mbeni nyetaga presentation eji nkomuntu ngungire ekinagamba really nisima all the services offered from the property tax to those people at the grassroots where they collect that tax. Konka ati ninyeto mu kishara cyo kugira ngo services eziriho they are generalized n'abarema nabatungayo na neminyeto netungaho konka aho rukushanga ngu nobukirabe bakitaho konka iwaza kukitunga noza kucyongera mu extra what expenditure. For example, hati nimbasa kuba nintura konka tapu ya mizi bagita haruguru hari hati nyowe ekigirikano cya mizi tindakiheyo kandi nkigura shirinje 2 hati nje mayisa ngo ninza kuronda omuntu muhero 10 agenda ndetere ekigirikano cya shirinji zingahi 2 kikumayisa ngo nyona akitamu shirinji 10 na zingahi na 2 hati oriyo wanayebasa we yashohoza 2 zonka. So nicho ndikumanyisa ngo services ziriho kandi twena nzituyamba abo kwa twine health services, twine those road services, twine water services konko bwiro bwinji abantu abarya hansi obuherezo bwe nabamba butunga tubakumba ngo bwaraga property tax bona tamazima abo kubana bantu bambanya nko bebino mwebembezi ayino ko baretereki akabaretereki konka kuchikwija babara kumangu niki no property tax. So national nyenda ngu twabana tukore bintu ebe those services at least zijiro kuzayorekwa omuntu amanye ngu omushoro gwabe naha nuko gwamuretera ki ekintu eki dena base kukikunda. Now When we are here, batugambiraro ekwata a property tax. Kandi nteekateeka ngu there are also other policies and guidelines on property tax. Konka, when this USAID has organized this engagement, at least on policies they can also integrate some other things that can help those vulnerable groups. And when I talk of vulnerable groups, even those people living with HIV/AIDS are also among the vulnerable groups. Ahabokuba nabo biine ebintu embeero kwegeze negereta nebakwatamu bakaremwa kwesi ebintu kuko bakubenda babyesi. So I was also saying that if it is possible within those guidelines, when they are revising, those groups babase kututeeramu at least a certain percentage that can go to what we call tools and equipments to be used by those vulnerable groups. For example, twine tailoring and knitting. So bano babasa kutugurira ebiharani nane ebikubazira emyenda n'ebikubazira amashweta ukashanga ngu nitwe twamanya ngu property tax netureetera ebintu nk'ebyo nitwe tuba twabaje kandi tuba twaba inclusive in that part of property tax. Kuba there are these we call wood planing machines eranda nazo nzibasa kutuyamba abo kuba area extra charge ituguma ntutamu noshanga service ejo itwe tatuyamba nk'abandi bantu ababurizo. Ekindi hariyo welding machines, so abantu bana babasa kufuna welding machines nazo babasa kuzikozesa nazo ziregister. So if that component of tools and equipment is also integrated under the services offered by property tax, it can help us also the vulnerable to fully benefit, because those things can be used by the youth, even women can use them, people living with HIV can use them, and even the PWDs who are able, because we have so many categories of PWDs. So that was part of my presentation. I want to thank you all, and I wish to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enos Tame, for your submission. You have really represented the PWBs. Yebari munonga omwami Enoka Tame wa representing aje abantu abineho burema mibiri yabo. Twasima kandi nanaba bichikwata haba mwibarhaha abakubashiteho ubuhereza. So tuyino kwikiriza ngo enshonga zabo bazihurira kandi bakuzikoraho. We believe that some of the people concerned are here and they will really effect on some of your submissions. Thank you very much. We will then welcome a representative of the key property owners, the pioneers of Mbarara City, these people with big properties around who are entitled to pay large volumes of tax. We will welcome one person to represent them. Then, okay. It's like we will have two. Sir, you are already prepared to come. Then later we'll have Kamhanda. Given that they are the key stakeholders of this, we will give them two people to present. However, we request to try to minimize on time consumption. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Sirwaji Damazo. I own some property on Gwebshuru Road opposite Daystar Cathedral. It's a guest house. Protocol observed. Some few things I've noted when I reached here. I'm very, very humbled to present that sector, and I'm very happy to note that property tax is a law. We had been saying that property tax is just enacted by the local authority without giving us the information. This brings me to the fact that information and education about property tax had never been well disseminated to the public and to the property owners. So, Mr. Samuel Wachinanga, I don't know whether he's around now, hinted on it, that he would be going with Zindaro, Wetorore Tauni, na kweshenjereza Sam, chitako maha, chiteo emphasis, abantu tuchimanye tumushoro. Time immemorial, umushoro go gutura gu takundo kwebwa. Kubano babe achoro umushoro ogugo mutwe. Abantu kweba rankarufu, bahurire kimotoka cyari to kwecuru. Abantu bona bahuye nkahi umumpanga bahunga ngo bahunga umushoro. Therefore, ensure that tax education and information is well disseminated to the public, and then we shall pay. Number two, on the consideration of the economic slowdown brought about by COVID-19. In your presentation, you said that after calculations in Mbarara City we are at 5%. Did I get it correct? On behalf of property owners, this region having been hit the way it had been, I request that at least we reduce to 4%, like in Oshenyi, because we are almost not different. That's my prayer and request. On assessment, there has always been a problem of assessors being arrogant. One time, I went to an office when they had already assessed the property without getting proper information and education. When I went there, I said, what? You assessed a lot of money and what not? Do you know what they told me? Those people who assessed came in time, and then we reduced on their what? On the what we assessed. How about me? They told me, ignorance is no defense. I had to go back. I was defeated. So that arrogance, the assessors, I pray, and I babe friendly, nanabantu, I would like to echo His Worship's Mayor's call that let the assessment be friendly, you widen the tax base, leave the central, go to where the whole city touches, with friendly approach, friendly assessment. I want to assure this council that you will widen and fatten the envelope because the taxpayers will be many with friendly pay. Finally, there is a problem in this city. Taxes are very many. We had been used to paying trading licenses. Then came in property tax. Then came in local service tax. Then came in some of us who have guest houses, hotel tax. So you feel like somebody feels like I should sell this property and go because the taxes are extremely many. And unfortunately, we pay for garbage collection. I'm very sure other property taxes do, with this home clean and whatnot. So we feel as property owners that we don't benefit from the tax we pay. Finally, I'd like the community liaison officer to give us his contact phone so that whenever we want your advice, we want to communicate with you, at least you guide us where necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my simple presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To those interested in the liaison officer or the head of revenue, the number is 0772 32 11 84. 772 32 11 84. Busha mushanju ibiri. Busha mushanju ibiri. Ashatu ne ibiri. 11 mwebare mnonga june namba ya head of revenues Mbarara City. You can always reach out to him. Eria WhatsApp abarya mitimbagano numbasa kumuthinkira message nakira kuba kugaruka mujuba nyuta kan njemeraga nagaruka mujuba, so call him, text him, he will always comply. Thank you. So generally the speaker argaha, he was yanagezaho ku emphasize ya ibindi yabwamo mu rujungu konka yanagezaho point ye yagezaho kwintingaho yagira ngo bonka ba property owners abamani bar harassed mnonga emishoro no bashashura myingi no warga gwa rent bagambero gwa ground akirgaho gwa ground bagambero gwa simanyi hotel tax mwene emishoro ni myingi ebamazereho businge bahikana kuteka kwenda kuguza ebizimbe byabo. Cyo kiyanagezaho gamba ekindi abantu abaku evaluatinga tabakubagaruka muje bine engambambi emigambere mbi kiyagerezo kuba consultinga bamgira ngo butamanya tubukwisa umushango kwakuba harimo umwari ukora ry'HRM oyegarikemu umushinja niko yanasubmitting ibindi byabyo mujungu, but generally that's what he was trying to say. Nibyo yanagamba reka tuakiriyo ndijo key property owner na wagere abantu abanda byajurekera mwebare munonga. You are welcome Mr. Kamhanda. Maybe something to note inabatufikaho reti. I'm assuming you picked some questionnaires from the desk there. You are supposed to be filling them. We will collect them at the end of the session. Aba pikinga ka bukuret karmwe obuzo mwenu mugarakamu ntujira kubyakira twaheza session age. Mwebare munonga. Naza kutandika kwakira collecting obuzo mwine ntujira kubugarakamu after this session.
Mr. Town Clerk, political leaders around, protocol observed. Amazina Ndakamuhanda, I'm a resident here in Mbarara, and for quite some time, and at times I'm a resident in Kaberere Town Council. Ekintu ekikwatirine Nemshoro, Mr. Town Clerk, a certain tax collector or tax administrator said that to tax is not to police. Now we have tax collectors at times when in order to achieve their objectives. One of the key areas mwaba numurondo musoro nanga property tax as you call it is identification of the taxpayer. To identify a taxpayer who is the owner of this property, what does he do, where does he live, and that kind of thing. Waweza kutunga that identity or identification for that matter, okatunga data na details. The next stage is assessment. You assess, make an assessment, and fair tax. Although in some circles, people would say there will never be fair tax. But in some kind of laws and rules of taxation, it is fair and friendly tax. And after you have made an assessment, Mr. Moderator, make sure that assessment has been communicated to the taxpayer or to the property owner. Communication is a very, very important thing. Echokushanga omuntu atariho okakora assessment, okapima, okaheza, okakanga abana n'abariremu n'abatariremu n'abagenyi naki okarabata okagenda bakikubuza ngo uryoha utobagambire nyungu ndio wasite council. It's not enough. Communicate, and what we call effective communication, or making sure that by the time you make an assessment, really, that property owner has known what has taken place. The moment he gets information and whatever, they are quite, friendly. They will come to you and say exactly what has happened. Then after communicating, the assessment is there, then you will discuss it. And in most cases, Mr. Moderator and the town clerk of the city council, make sure that the people that go in the field are well trained. They are well trained on the law, so that when they go to the property owner or the taxpayer, as at times we call it, they are in a position to explain the law and what you have. Umuntu wamushobora baizo kamushobora jote chirichite na chiti. Most people, and especially in this part of the country, they are willing to pay the tax. Ekindi ekitangiremu nka challenge, Mr. Town Clerk and Moderator. In most areas, we have absentee landlords. Bakama ba property, abakuchuru bwinji, amakago kuchuru bwinji agokuzamu. Bakama bakono ba batarumu. Ushangayo tenant, ushangayo omuchara, abachara bitu, abakuchuru bwinji tubakumanya exactly what happens, or even at times what rent you collect. Tubakumanya ichapa ichiri, obokupima tubakumanya what has happened, and ibyo rukupima nachi, gokuma byafu batu. So we in a problem ya challenge of absentee landlords. Property in Mbarara, landlord at Kampala, Nanga Fort Potro, or even abroad. Wasagawa assessment, wasagawa kanga bantu, wasagawa jirachi, ebuzu abuza to be answered, and in a way you have not achieved what you wanted. So, Mr. Town Clerk, with your team at the City Council, or the liaisons officer, make sure you intensify the issue of knowing who the landlords are and their contacts, so that you communicate directly with them. After that, it will give you some kind of results. Ekindi, china nyanda kumanya moderator, in this kind of property tax you are talking about, it is the same property tax or the house which you are taxing. At the same time, the rental income tax, the URA guys are charging the same property. Now, are you sure this is not double taxation? And eventually we shall come up with a kind of positive response. But as far as I know, abantu abo kurebera hanuya, but willing to pay the tax as long as it is a fair tax and as long as you educate them and intensify the exercise of tax education. This is a very small percentage, abantu abakuchiro bwinji, landlords and whatever, but yoko barahari mnonga, you intensify the issue of tax education, eventually you'll get the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamhanda, for your submission. It has been one of the best with other. It is also so nice. Generally, ya hintinga aha abakuronde mshoro bine korachi. Babanze bamanye noha arikushashura umushoro. Ninga noha shime kuba nashashura umushoro. Ncho yayita tax identification. Okay? Then waheza kumanya arikushashura umushoro. Okore evaluation, yayita evaluation okuchondoza. Ochondoze. Omanye ekizimbe eki necheye nchitandikira hi nchikoma hi kakorgaho atandikiraho izo demarcations na boundaries ezitwabanza ku recappinga wakireba ekindi ya emphasizing ngo abantu bakutwara kuchondozo mu field kupima amaju n'amataka bine kuba bahizwe obwegesa oburukumara omu kintu nk'ekyo mwakireba so yagira ngo ibi byona kubirakorwa na no kumanyisa abantu omushoro ogu nukora ki then ekindi kiyabuze kiyatugira ekitwine clarifying yagira ngo omushoro gutukushashurira businesses license na kandi ekizimbe nyine duko mu kizimbe cyanjye mwija mwantakisinga trading license ningo omushoro gwa business kumwaheza mwagaraka mwija mwansha omushoro gwa property ogw'ekizimbe mbweni yanabuza ngwejo tokushoroza emirundi ebiri nchakwenda clarifying rayaza no officer nakuchandoringa ekyo. Okay, so thank you very much. So we are going to we are proceeding to the session of Q&A assessment. You buzo, and the liaison officer will take you through. Now, we have changed. You raise your arm, you ask a question, he notes it down, then another one also asks, and then at the end of the day, we have the town clerk will be the one to answer. So, Mr. Liaison Officer, you can take over for the question.
Twatandikire ogambe izina omwe no kuija haba mwene nababija nk'abamba government abana property owners just briefly then na nekibuzo.
Ibare mnonga liaison officer amazina atuhire Juliet Kamushana nterirwe simu kwijo mu workshop omu and resident omu town omu rwebikona kandi ndi omushubuzi kandi I also own a property. Mbwenu nyenda kubanza kusima imwe abaturetera workshop egi ya civic engagement kandi mazima mwatukoraje abo kuba nitumanya kandi nitwe tugaruka tugamba ebitusasize emishoro ntijimanya ngo eruho kandi eshemerire kuhebwa kureka tinkwija kutana na bagenzi banje okugira ngo emishoro eje yitwaha feedback yayo na services zayo nizo kandi emishoro egi yes omukiragiro neyikirizibwa konka nkitwe abari kugiha n'abakutunga services zayo kutuwa ku bantu tunyugwa tukigambirwa. For example, emishoro nibasa kubera umukaga aha property emwe nari aha muryango gumwe omushubuzi we ebinda byanyine kukora nko kushomesa endwara zikija okurya no kwara meeting basic needs ebyo byono mutubara numubara mwaba numurivinga taxes ezi abo kuba no shanga no bakuyaho property tax bakuyaho income tax hariho rental tax hariho license hariho local service tax hariho ground rent koko boryaho wareba ebintu ebyo byona biryo nibendwa aha muntu omwe kandi obwe biriho guidelines biriho kugira ngo warenze obwire obu na percentage mbwenu tuza kureba ngo hariho obwire obu property eraba etari owned by bakama baayo, government neza kututwaraho property. Ahabwokuba bakubara oshanga esente zibarikwendaho ekizimbe kitari kyawe. The ground is not yours, ekizimbe tikyawe, business eryaho. So kokumega munonga enyindo nereeta eshagama. Emishoro ntwenda kugiha. Nambwe nyenda, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for this exercise of Jembe Mbarara valuation. I think you are going to help council so much to know how many properties are in this city. Because if all those properties pay tax, I think they can reduce, instead of embuyo tuyahe esente nyingi baka tuyaho nche ahabwo bwingi bwa property ejo. Ningira numuza kubana mumanya ebizimbe nibingahe ebiryomu ebishemeye kubana bishorozwa nibingahe, then esente buri muntu kakomushoro esente ndizakanye. Eche exercise mwe bare kukikora ntiza kutuyamba. Then abashubuzi challenges ezibine nibaye nziya. Business people twine challenges. Yes, turi mu katari ntushubura. Konka really, do we have a conducive environment? Do these people have a good conducive environment for them to do their business effectively? Why am I saying this? I have a shop. I sell shoes in a shop. But you see very many people on the road selling shoes. Those people, the hawkers, they are not, I don't think they pay taxes. I have just given an example of shoes. But the clothes, the shoes, everything is being sold on roadside. How are we protected? Paying tax when another person is selling you the same property on the road. We need protection as business people. Then, ebintu ebyo byona kutwa betu baha muyora kasasuru. Mayor has hinted on it. But now we are paying for our own garbage. So why don't you reduce taxes, the payable taxes? And you need to connect with the center. We used to not pay income tax by URA. But now URA goes down and charges the small business of an individual there. When hati itwa numanya chitukurabamu abatuzi abashubuzi, everything now is costly. The cost of living is very high. We must pay taxes that are reasonable. So nebyo mwe bari munonga nibyo nanyine kusubmitting. Onke mishoro ni mingi netukizamani mwe bari.
Webare mureke mpaboreho webare bibuzo byawe bya 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 kwa kubahine ikibuze kibaburize udakigarukamo icyo kigendero mu kibabuza icya kabiri nabanisha bangu oyemerero buze mbwene tabanka speech kibe kibuzo short precise then konko of course ono wasa kuchishobora konga short and precise abwo kububwire buriyo no butwata untuza kutwara abandi bantu bana rero ne baba bayereze mikono bonga wabareba.
There are many. I think gender balance now. I'll pick a gentleman. Let us pick people from the behind. You've been presented.
Thank you so much.
liaison officer. West Governance, property owner, and a school administrator. Ekibuuzo kyanje nikigenda kushanga oyine property konka property egyo teri occupied terimu bantu. For example, nyine rentals emiryango emwe terimu bantu, hati nanye nimuza kunchaginga omushoro gwa property yona. Then ekindi nanyenda kumanya entanisa eri aha ground rent tax na property tax. Webare munonga.
Wanyeta Constance Musime, Nkora Makansing Street, a Hotel Canaan. Yona nyinebuzo biru kwenda kushana. Twire ntumanya ngu property tax is valued at 5%. Konka after 5 years, they increase the amount we pay. Think man, is it according to your budget? I don't know. Then another thing, our buildings were measured some time back, and we have seen other people measuring them. And they are the same measurements. I don't know what you are trying to prove. Are you trying to increase the amount because we have become a city or what? Those are just my 2 questions. Thank you.
Anyone from the back? Yes.
Amazina Ndebwa Charles, Chairman LC1 Kagando A. Ebuzo yanje ni bibiri hamwe no kushaba kumwe. Icyo kubanza kibuzo kiri aha koti eje inahurira ije kuzururamu abantu abize kwa basubwe kwemishango ebintu byabo. Emirimo mingi abantu bitu abahansi nabatina okuleta okwetumbwete kwa mu koti akwa koti zebere bituzakibaza amazima. Noteka omushango mu koti emyaka 5 erigahehwaho gutakasharwaga kandi oyuno shasura musoro mwese kiba cyakuyamba ki okuzurura omushango gwawe emyaka 5 kaho batagutakahurwaga. Ecya kabiri, itwa abantu ba burijo nikirungi tukunda ko musoro konke misoro no hikoyebuza obutatu yo muroko government obutatu yo omu enyimoko muri nyakayejo LC waneke tunga 25% esente zigahiguru konka hati kutugira mu site 25% obuho guhire batwire mitware 5 hatu no yebuza nimbuza musatabone crack eje mitware 5 ya 25% mazima kunda kugitwara mu cyaro cyanje nari wagitwara mu cyawe okakora muki okushaba itwe abantu bahanso kucira munonga LC1 yanje yingizwe ekire abantu bakumanya kikwatene n'imishoro nabahera abantu biza bapima tubasomesibwa mwentu abantu bashaba ngwitwa twakora enkikozi twabeta mwije mutushomese ebikwatene n'imishoro abo kuba abantu bakugimanya kandi okwetu tukuza kwazuba mwe bari munonga
Ivo bari munonga.
babareseho byanjye cyanjye cyakira banning cyo kubanza banyeta byo kwa Julius cya personnel C1 Mandela Sero. Ekibuze cyo kubanza mukaba tushomesize imyaka nka mukage wire bakoza futandika kushoroza property tax gibe mbashoroza baturaganisa ngo property tax omwanya gwe kushorozibwamu 50% neja kuba negarukayo kuyamba aba bantu ahi bagishoroza kubakorera services ezibakwetenga bajya bakweta local leaders councillors n'abandi bebembezi kureba ngo omushoro gwashorozibwa gwakorayo ikintu eky'abantu baragire appetite nyinshi akareba akashorozo gundi omushoro mwingi kurwo mwanya ogwo mazima tukayegesa abantu kweno babasiba bigufuru tubene tugezaho kubihabiha abatuze na ba landlords bashashura ombwire konka nkito mu Mandera Kisenyi hine cyarakozirwe oruguto rukurwo mbasipaka rukaza kakoba nebyina obutindo bukugite kijungu n'Kisenyi tuburuho box culverts twayibuza hati property tax na leaders tubuzire n'amani go gakakupawa ku empoweringa residents okushashura sentezo icya kabiri abantu abokushoroza sentezo nibija bareba umuryango ogwo umuntu ari kutahiramo bagusiba kandi nyuma atine bushohoro ijo bakasibirana mu mwana umuzire yashohora akana kasibana karra twaterera bo bushoboro zingu bije babigure nango umuntu arara heru aho ko bakingo misho kandi numwakurara ate nyuma atahine n'oburabo mbeno nikenda abantu abo kukinga obano property obano rights emishoro yeje imukushoroza ba council murebe ngo abantu nabo bagira mu akantu undi kora kingo umuntu tayine bushohoro wakinga umuntu numwatekire byo kurya nango twaje tubanzo bishohozo teka heru nkinge na wahura ngo n'umushoro tarubo kure ikintu cyarenga baza mu mutkorere ikintu eco mutugambira amazima umushoro nuguzakora higuraze na nuguzakora handi bene kindi abantu baza kubakinga at least mbano tufayinge mbatwaro mukote nangwa kote bene yakore ikintu eco konka kutari kwija kukingira abantu bakarara heru okashanga abantu babonabona bene cyo kuhererukayo ebizubu ebitwine enguto kumwazire sereze zirigire kwija tinkumanya plana na hora na engineer ngo ariya emyanye erukureta sentezo nijya ngwima kubanze gukora first priority kugikora courance kwizire nguteze mu financial yewe wire muzitwire kuri mu farm za hatariyo na maduka obwito ahari amaduka abintu business nzito mu cyucu abantu amaduka gataho mu micucu amizo butindo tubukozirwe za lodge ziryo mu myanya waza nko muzashobora rojo wanje wazo mu golden manko mu kijungu nebyina kandi zo zikubahereza sente mwe ntinkumanya planning yanyu obakwe kushimwe bare muno
sebo niwe bare muno waheza obu twaheza ino muntu waguma mutira umugongo reka mbe we naho mugisha waguma mutira umugongo konga yimusiyo mukono kare
we bare munonga moderator na liaison officer amazina nabanyeta Musimedeo omutuze wa North Division Central Cell ebarkweta rwemigena nyowe nani nyenda kugiraho ubuntu birubonka ubunkwenda ngo munterereze tubonere invitations aha masimu konko muntu yiza atakumanya naza kutensa ki naza kushoma ki enyoka nahika bambuza ngo wija nkoha nanye nebitinka bishate byandeta icyo kubanza ndi resident icya kabiri ndi vice chairman wabakirinju icya kana nyine property town icya kashatu rather hati naborabora kubambuza nashanga liste yero ndakumanya hink belonging konka abojo banyakira ki nimba sima icya kabiri ubwantushoma bagira ngo kuturaruga tushomese abiturashanga ukwe nyuma. Now my question is, where do I get the facilitation? Abuko bajya ngo sensitizing abantu twaruga tubagambire aza abanya-Uganda ekiteganise umuntu ko kumweta kutegenga hataho nanye nagenda and confused. How do I start? I use my own pocket or the authorities will facilitate such a seminars? Thank you so much.
Bari basebo banyeta jore tubuha
Vice Chairperson LC1, Swahili Seru Kakoba, Mbarara City South. Ahenda kuruga uruguto ife yataso hadiyo uruguto rubi munonga tugire gumantu eterera nduro ko mukanso recently hariho ba office abayizire batugira ngo twegurura amashita shashure umuvugi w'ikimotoka na nora kirete then batukorere nguta twababuruze nshashura zinga hibajyanka bagende batubarire konka babi batakagarukire mbwene icyo kishikire ninga bakatubiya icyo nicyo kibuzo cyo kubanza cya kabiri umukatweka kanja kindumu harimo abantu abene obuntu bakora nkaziro grazing nkempu koko bene biju bibakoramo abona bona babara nk'aba business ni babashashuze imishoro ebindi kambere cyo twine bwiye
musasire kwamba muzinda rogu
akishikire nabwo nagabwana ninza kwicereza
nibarese
mbwene wicereza bwate waguhamba
ndiko businje inidi cheya person wa kafungensia izoro stay ahabwa umwaka ogu mbona turi abantu basya nyenda kusima mushomogu kandi kwanje no kushaba ahabwo kuba abantu betu batwira mu system ya trading license kandi no kuyihaho license ejo gubire gujyo kubiye kuriyo kosama no kunyurana mbone hataza mu imishoro ebizimbe bikiri bibi ebizimbe bikiri bice tibikaboneyire mbone kikirye cyaro mbone hataha mu imishoro ukutina kwanje kurungwa abantu wabo baba batagire bakashomesebwa bakataho mu kintu cyo barukumanya kandi nareba ababatwira mu town n'abandi babonka bibateganisa mbone tinu kumanya muntu hansi kuriya okwarije kutaho mu kintu cyo kisya yabatabanize kishomesebwa nabanisha banambwene nyinshi akari nyine yegeno meeting kumwakohereza y'umuntu akashomesa ibintu bibaho bona bakabyetegereza nitekateka ngo kikatuyamba
shaha zingahe
shaha munana mwebari
baturekera aho
nanisha bananyuko y'umuntu omumugisha
yes atiwe ni wahamba umuzindaro hatogwe niwe yaguhamba officially abandi bona nabambikirize
sasire mukamanje amazina nibanyita Mulika Salim ni nturo mu kitebera ahihi question yanjye ya hino musiza yagambe kintu kandi cya kibaninga munonga echa double taxation nareba mu ahiba kugamba revenue emshore yo correcting anka revenue then haba munimo ya abakansi mu correcting nyona nimbuza kuba aba revenue kuba correcting emshoro nyoku ningira ngo negaruka ahansi nibabahereza percent garuka hansi revenue ko correcting gumoko rwo nankeji te kusindika sente uruguru wahansi
netwija kugarukamo
then yane sindika ejinebeta aba double taxation kugira ngo nimba mwatu ya hemshore mirundi ebiri muturondera amagezi murebe nkumwatu kwatanisa mukunganya umurundo gumwe then mukazigabana
noenda kutuseza mushija we nibiza kwendera batuserire kare
mwebare muno konka nimbeshingereza bakubasa abaryo bagenda nareba bamwe mbaryo bagenda no shot bine program ningo mutakagendana na documents za ecece questionnaire ecece ho buza mutakagenda nacho mwebare muno
mwebare bibuzo kandi byona twabyakira byona nebirungi ni kimwe byatureta kurre bibuze ebyo mbwene kutari kushisha bwire munyikirize mukama webibuzo ogwo ariho omwami tawunikiraka we kuyakoba nahorra ngo hine cyakwenda ngo ndija bene we yagujwara umushango naija kumwemereza ati mwene deputy meye kine cyawe ati bani wagujwara konke bibuzo byona nebyoha nebyeye mureke tumuhurikize abigarukemu kandi muri yeco kimwe abe nimwe yatuhera urubazo rweye tukureba uko twahendera tukubumbabumba umukoro ogwo mwebare munonga.
webare owashuganisa omushomo gw'akasheshaka abatwegesa meya witu na timu yawe abebembezi n'abantu mwene okumuryaha. Amazina n'Umugisha Richard, substantive and deputy city clerk habwa Mbarara. Konka najwekera mukama wanje town clerk umwami abirebe ase tumwesigire. Bagira ngo hari yabari yahamitimbagano ngo nibenda turabye muna n'urujungu niza kugezaho urujungu rwo rukunkwata kubikonkoro nyankore kabire ntine shonga. One, I will just briefly go through the few questions, thereafter say what I think I should say in as far as this training is concerned. From Madam Juliet Kamshana, where do taxpayers go to complain? They go to their councillors, they go to their MPs, they go to the Association of Taxpayers, if it is in place, they go to the city council offices, but they also go to any council official or staff they come across, but can also go to their neighbors or anybody they think has the capacity and information to guide. Echakabiri, sente zabe nizisomba kasasiro, why don't we now less it from property tax? The reason to change the policy from council taking garbage directly to people paying was partly because services were not up to the standard. The money council was getting and putting in the garbage management was inadequate. There were also other services which were largely not attended to. So council felt that it was necessary and good to request garbage generators to meet that cost. And since that policy, the situation has greatly improved. But still, the money council generates is largely inadequate to provide all the other needed services. Venancy, rental tax, enviava etarmuntu, rental tax, of course property tax, let me answer for property tax. Yes, one of the considerations when the properties are valued and the rates or the values arrived at is the income the owner generates, but that is not the only one. So yes, if the property is not occupied at the time of valuation, it can affect the values of that property, but it's not entirely based on the rent the owner generates from that property. And that partly explains the difference between rental tax and property tax, even when I have not reached there. Of course, the next one was the difference between rental and property. I have already explained. But another difference is that the rental tax is managed by URA, while property tax is managed by the local government. When najiranti twajirangu tugita gitem. Ogo mushoroko ogo kumukuyaha omubanta bakoraro mumajugani. Nugo murujungu bakweta rento ninga niyo rent. Hazo go eze sente nezijazaho omushoro ogwo mushoro bagweta rental tax hata ogwo mushoro ogwe eki kitongore kikushoroza emishoro bwa gavumenti eya rwagati nicyo kigujunanizibwa konka ogwo mushoro ogwo gw'ebintu property tax gwe city niyo kugujunanizibwa. So the two are different and come up as a result of different legislations. Buri kimwe kiine iteeka erikukitaho. Constance banagira nagira ngu ekooti niziteganisa abantu nizibonabonesa mwenu bagira ngo abantu baze omu kooti tibaza kubatiinisiriza. This court is specific and purposely for property tax. It has nothing to do with land ownership, has nothing to do with quarrels at home, has nothing to do with fighting over property. It is purely a court that is put in place for purposes of addressing issues arising out of the property valuation exercise. Mwene ekikooti mutakagitiina tekushana na ziriya ezindi ezitumanyirire ezokutiinisiriza ezibakugira ngu ogamba orujungu ngu esimu wahikamu esimu yawe etagamba egi neezaho konka habw'okuba iziine eriine eryakubaasa kugitaanisa na za kooti ezitumanyirire naye bakagyeta property valuation court. Kandi abakugizaho the members of this court are selected by the council of His Worship the Mayor, Her Worship na Speaker warya. Mwene giteria is different from the other judicature levels of ours as a magistrate konke kyeyine eyina amaani nkagutwa kweta ha rurengo rwa chief magistrate habw'okuba kw'okuba otiikirizine n'ebiyasharamu nogenda omu high court. So mbwenu egikooti mutagitiina n'abantu mubagambire ngu neetaana ha za kooti ezitumanyirire. 25% just 50 eki n'obu kyekitiine kakwate na mushoro konka nakyo hakiri yakire kukibuuza yagira ngu sales zaabo nizitunga emitwaro 5 nka pasente ei bakutunga mbwenu ezo zikakora ki? Haza eki nikyo turiyo nitugarukamu twaheza kushoroza emishoro ehuriire ahabw'okuba ekibagyetera 25% n'obucweka 25 aha sente ezashorozibwa. Waba oshororize biliyoni 25% ya biliyoni timiliyoni nka 2.5 hona hati ezo niziba nyingi. Twashoroza emishoro mikye pasente nebanje, twashoroza nyingi neba nyingi. So ow'ekitiibwa kuturashoroze sente nyingi negyo pasenti neza kweyongera. Ebyekwaso yagira ngu obucweka 50 bw'omushoro nibugaruka enyuma buza kukora emirimo konka tibakubureeba ago timazima. Omushoro ogwo gwa property rate kw'okushoroza shiringi 100 obucweka 75 nobuza omu kuheereza obuheereza obumwegyesa omwe yatugambira enguuto, amaizi, emifuregye, amashanyarazi agagaitu ga buriijo nk'ag'amataara. Ezo ni sente hati sente izariga sente niziriga omu bantu ba Mbarara. So hati obumwe nikibaasa kuguma ekishoboka haza kukora oruguuto omwami Kamuhanda kwakuba niwahiire omushoro nitugyenda nituza kukora oruguuto orukuza owa Kamuhanda nitubara ngu omwami Kamuhanda na byekwaso na n'ondiijo n'abatuuze ba Mbarara kuture twatunga omushoro gwa property tugyende tukore obuheereza tubuheereza abantu ba Mbarara abarimu Kamuhanda n'abandi. That's what it means. So the 50% Honorable Councillor byekwaso is nowhere in the regulations and the laws and the documents we have in as far as administration of property rate is concerned. konka noshanga niyo hinaho iwacurire ubundi hinaho icyagambirwe konka ikinkumanya ziriya sente zindi ezitushoroza trading license manye z'abahisa n'amazi mezo obucweka 50 nobuguma ha division obucweka 5 nibwo bukuza ha city nangwa na neze zaza ha city hagarika hargaho obucweka 30 nabwo bwegita hazira 50 etweta equalization grant so mbwenu uko kuba wacuriro muri biriye bindi no boshyikire konge kinaka kwade n'umushoro gwa prop gw'ebintu ekyo twekiri ekyo kine iteke ryacho niragambe kindi kandi abantu kugira ngo bamwakigambireho no umwami ka muhanda na nabegeze no twe nshoroze imishoro konga turi abantu kandi dushemeye kutwariza abantu ombuntu if you are coming to close but the same property in front it acts as a shop, behind it is where the shop operator resides. When kandi go gukinga wagita hosira kandi ubundi hatari no muryango gwenyuma hatu umuntu ba wambona boneza so samu yacurecho naza kureba ku okucyakubana kibaho okuyakumuriza abantu na no kuyakukitereza kandi na no korangu yashoroza sente na yejo tiyabarwe kwaso yo kugira ngo gotamukinga abo kubayine mwana omuchengi mbwene no kureba okuwa tambura aha muguhogwe engute zo mutawuni tuzikozire kandi sente nibagenda bakore engute za heru manye ejiyona nimbarara hati nobora katuje ngo mudar kansara kwokujya wazo mu kanso oba kansara wa city mbwene twaza mutukajya ngo buryo mwe yanacika arebe ngo rugudo rwazo wabo hati nsa kubaga no rugudo rwa kilometers 10 buri kansara nakwena ngo atwareho meters 20 ashi yo gureda ikaguruke kayo so adan tuichirizana tugira ngo mwene butuna turugiri konka kutwataha twaba members of the same council and our duty is to develop this entity called Mbarara City. Let us agree, but we must also be considerate because each person represents some people who must also benefit from services. So we agree on how to distribute. But the challenge we have in the central business area largely is to do with land ownership. When you are going to expand and work on those roads, we get challenges. People make it difficult for us to actually upgrade some of those roads, like from marram or gravel to bitumen. So, honorable councillors, abariyaha ntuenda ekyo nakyo mukitwereho. Deo nyonira kusa speed. Invitation hate ekyo aba administrators, organizers of this workshop nkokusamu yagamba, they will clarify. Invitation ebetagamba bakwetera kino yenda ki hati mbwene hari abakwandika ko washobora mbwene hate ekyo ntakugenda kita. They will explain. Madam Jore tubuhwa kuriya hansi abantu oruguto taso enguto nimbi baze murete sente. It's not our policy that we demand money from people for us to work on their roads. That is not our council policy. However, because of scarcity, there are 3 fundamental questions in economics: scarcity, choice, opportunity cost. Those are the 3 fundamental questions. Now, what we do, when into rationalizing, tugira ngo hate sente zitwine nizakore kineki. Ahabwa ngo tuzikumara ejo niyo scarcity. Kandi kutwagira ngo tuzakore kineki ejo ni choice. Konko butwagira ngo tuzakore kineki tutakora ejo ni opportunity cost. Now, there are people abakuforinga like under that opportunity cost. Which abo, that is the alternative for going when choice is made. Hata abo nibagira ngo mbweni itwe kutwa kumobilizinga amashita no buturabe tutara mu ngenderwaho yanyu mu work plan no mbasa kutukorera. If it is from that angle, we also don't discourage. We don't discourage because somebody's priority is not in our work plan. So it is a free will, Madam Jory, free choice. Nobody should coerce you that for us to make a road in your area, you must contribute toward the fuel. No. But I know in some areas where people have requested and even agreed to make a contribution, then we have also said yes. Even when your area is not in the work plan, but we can squeeze some days when the grader is not going there. Maybe council does not have fuel to work on the planned roads. During that time, the grader is idle. We can come in, and you also come in, so that together we provide the service. About zero grazing, do they pay? No. But if what you are doing in the process of your activity borders some taxable activities, then you pay. Kugira ngo ninyenda kurisa empunu, ninyenda kurisa ento muchiju, no shashura apana, to kushashura. Kunkubunde byorukora byashangwa basa kugira kakwate no kumushoro. Katugire waza kubaga empunu kandi iwe no abwo kwetantare ndwara no gero tinyempune zanje ninyenda nzibagira famu nguze kilo ogitware, you pay the animal related fees or slaughter. Abakafunjo na rwenturagara, you are right, bachurura na naba tuyirombo nyine tubakabyetegereza nabo norambabuza nkabakivuzire mweshi kandi kafunjo na neriye ndije zizire nyumwazyo hatazozikoreke. So some we need to emphasize and bring them on board so that we induct them into the city dispensation. Double taxation is illegal. The principles of taxation do not encourage double taxation. And where one feels that there is double taxation, he or she is free to raise the red flag, including going to courts of law. Commercial law, Kamanda na Abchenga, Akar Commission before URA, Customs. So, hati double taxation in no. Konka maybe double tax, maybe not double, two or different tax collectors. Hato mshoro gwangu shorozi wa URA, ekibayaragaho hakija kanso ero kushawo mushoro gundi hatejo n'abantu babiri aha muntu omwe haze ekyo tubakucheta double taxation. Omuntu omwe nabasa no kushashura what we call multiple taxes, nabasa no kushashura emishoro igana ekeki itekatira kukizibira. Omuntu omwe nabasa kushashura emishoro igana konko omuntu omwe kushashura emishoro erengera harugumwe aha kintu nico kimwe na nebigendererwa na n'obubonero bwonano bw'obumwe, ejo niyo double taxation. Mwe nico hagerireho na offices ziri specialized za taxes ahubwo kuba wajya ngo umwanya nigwo gumwe ekintu nico kimwe hato umuntu ushankasha tumutano sogurinkaye ntaka kugira ngo areka tubyetegereze. Mwene rento tax eyiba kubara bakwihira ahantasya eyuwiha omukintu ejo naye yine percent yayo kandi ito umushoro gwa property nahabwe eke kinte cyoyine kana nagizire ngo nobwo kubota kwiha muntasya no shashura umushoro because it's a property. Konka URA waba otakwiha muntasya yona kandi okoreka ngo you are not getting rent from that asset, let me not use the word property, from that item, you will not pay, and you prove to URA. So, it is not double taxation, it is the government shoroza, URA takabani yakushoroza. There are various arguments people have been putting up, something like that. However, the law that creates local governments also gives them financial provisions. Under those financial provisions, local governments are mandated to collect taxes. And the taxes they are supposed to collect are also specified that you collect this number of taxes And if you want to introduce a new tax, also the law is clear and elaborate. You petition the central government. You come up with a bylaw, but if that bylaw is to impose a charge or a tax, there is a provision in the law that omuriaka kataba kinyine Local Governments Act akakwetegeka governments zebyanga. Wano ndako governments zine powers zo kutaha emishoro ahabwazo. You must appeal to the central government barengo go mushoro gumukwenda tugukutana ninga tugukwenda kureta oburemezi ahihanga. They allow it. So it's not true. So governments collect taxes in order to manage those services which are decentralized, which are supposed to be executed by the local governments. So kunka tukatu ino mushoro mgumanyo gwa taxi tukatu gushoroza ogwa taxi paka na bus paka hati government ekareba ngo kwenda kugitereza eshorozi bwe URA nambwe na hatogwe hakaza hekiragiro ecyandiko ekujya ngwito tutwacishoroza mushoro ukurwo za basi na za taxi nugushorozi bwa URA hati cyabaho kityo nco nagamba if our MPs accept that then we take it up. Thank you so much. Now in just the remaining few seconds allow me to say something. Omwamba sime nibicha kukanchi garike mukaro wajo kirabananga yagira ngo omuntu kunabasa kwija abare property erukurenga katugira ngo abantu bine kizimbe kiremwe miryango mukaga konke kizimbe bakakihungura harishebo bakibagana buri omwe yatwaraho umuryango nangwa no humwe abana bashatu babaho umuryango gumwe hazo mushyo umwe arakata naterekeye ondijo akashwerwa kanungu omusigazi akafuruka yaza cyaka konka hati ekizimbe kiruho biye kwaso nuwakiro hata kubijana baza kubara bashanga aho biye kwaso nangwa mwe nabiye kwaso bashanga taru bashanga aho mpangisa we hata ekizimbe bakibara yabagira ngo aha nakwabiye kwaso ukwa weta kumanya bari abanyanyo kwa bashwirwe nangeje na nabarakata. What happens? The best is bacheterere biye kwaso. That's my guidance. Ece kizimbe okugira ngo tubarasibaho nubabuza amazina go rukata na no abantu batakumanya bacandike nke cyabiye kwaso. Kukirije nubwo mugashogwira ya koti eyitkuza kutaho biye kwasa ije ashoborere koti kizimbe kiba kumbarara wetice kureka we ayineho umuryango gumwe ahwere kanso omukumanya bine heriye miryango endijo nubahe kasita tuba twatungire obuhango bwaco twatungire nebikikwasereho hatecho kitakabateganisa abwo kuba landlords will not be there waiting for the valuers and those surveyors all the time. Some landlords are in Kampala. But we want every property to be captured in this exercise. Tumwe nicho kigenderwa. Utakatera chairman wa LC1 ngwa bwache bizimba binyeterire kandi bitari byanje. Yutafayo. Haro hidara eri turachishoboreho kuranga bizimbe byazo wondisha. Now, briefly, one, hate nagaraka mwebuza. Mbwenu bambegesa hine na nyebe nahuriramu hine binatekateka ngo ngarike mukacho mudakika nkemwe hine na nyobundi binkumanya ubiro bumazire ninkora na government hine na nobundi mutabuza tayimuti yatumara kandi nanye byo natinda abehezeyo uko asamu yagira ngo bintu nabakoze riteka bakamara ubwire bwinji mbwenu tukabehezo mudakika emwe. This is not the first and it is not the end, but it is part of understanding more about this tax. This tax is not an old one. Bako mushoro baka itekarakazaho 2005 2025 kurwo bwiro bokika hati n'emyaka 17 emyaka 17 no bwire buke munonga kwetegereza umushoro oko banaguro gwatandike guru haba hindi ogwa trading license natu tukagwetegerize ki. So 17 years is such a short time. Kando ijuke after hiya hazamo division ya Biharwe, Nyakayojo na Kachika. Ezo zija n'ubwire bwatandikire. Hati hizire mu madamu egiye yeteka mazire na myaka ibiri yijiri. Nabwo cyo mushoro n'umusya, we shall keep explaining. One, uko mushoro guruho okurugiro mu iteka. It's the mandate. It's in accordance with the law of 2005, the Rating Act. In 2006 has the rating regulations. Ezukushobora the act. Nabwo ekyo omushoro guruho omubuteka. Orukushashura noha babishomesa konka embugufu. The one who pays is the owner of a commercial property. Commercial property, both in terms of it can be a shop, it can be a rental, it can be anything, as long as it qualifies to be a commercial property. The owner, no wari kushashura. Aha bwacyo tushashura no kwenda kutunga sente ngo site ebase kongera enkubito omukuhereza obuhereza obweshimirwa nehereza to enable the city raise revenues to assist in the delivery and provision of services under its mandate. Where to spend it, omushoro mbagutanka ibaba bigambere konka nuguza ahanguto, nuguza hamezi, nuguza hamifureje, nuguza ahakasasiro, nuguza ahamatara, nukwe gushimirwa nugukora. Nugushashurwa ryari, nugushashurwa financial year. Financial year nubwiro bukutandikana no kwa mukaga okwa mushanje kibanza kusiyo kwa mukaga 30. That is the financial year. So this tax is paid within a financial year. Konko mu financial year ejo kanso negira ngwitwe nkambarara omushoro gwitu gwa property no twenda gutandike kushashurwa na katugere kibanza okwa mushanje. Bagira ngo kibanza okwa mushanje hatebwe nubwo bwire obutu kugira ngo nubwe butirwaho kushashura. No gushashurwa guta no gushashura gwo no murundu gumwe ninga wagira oburemezi, because of some reasons you can ask to pay this tax in installments. However, the law says 2 equal installments. Washanga ngo mushoro gona to gushashura murundu gumwe no yija oshobora kanse kwicereza ngo gushashura mbicweka bibiri konka byona bikwingana. Katugire ngo mushoro gwawe ni miliyoni no shashura mbajya ngo shashure he mitwara 5 oshashure ho 5 ndisha konka bagira ngo izo bari okushashura umushoro gwa Mbarara nebiro katugire ngo ni 31 okwi12. Omuntu we no rukushashura ahiguriye bye bire bitirweho nata mumutice. Mutice yogo mushoro na 2% per month of the unpaid, and it is the compound. Neguma ne yongeraho. Nazinga hezi kuzombuhereza obundi na nabigambire. Obuceka 15 kurugiro kansara byo kwaso yaburuze. Obuceka 25 no buza omukugushoroza na nombi kwase no gushoroza. Nagira nta administration omuntu natekateka ngo ezo nezo abemerika nabatawunikraka ezizi barariyeho obuceka 25 kansonezi kozesa omukugushoroza. Obuceka 15 kansonezi kozesa omukuhereza obuhereza oburyo bunagamba. Nabwo echo it's not that the 25% can be put on, one can go to Kampala to see the permanent secretary if the issue is not to do with property tax. No. Ekindi eze sentence baganwa ninga. No. Division managers who are here and councillors, the way the law is constructed, property rate is not among the shareable revenues. Nesente ezikuguma ha center 100%. Then center eyabuchweka 25 ebukozesa mu kugushoroza obuchweka 75 ezita omukuhereza obuhereza. So it's not a shareable revenue. Ekindi nibagishikaho bata aba bariyo nibabara ebintu byanyu nibija bapima na nenkuba obumwe wabikiriza batahana omu kishenge nanga bakubuzana na uko rukora bihamu sente bakihamu sente baze bakibara miliyoni 10 eje ba gross value konko cyo wano bagambira obagira ngo ekizimbe no kisiga erangi ekizimbe nekitahirwa omushwa obundi ofuhiramwe mbazi hati bakwata ha miliyoni 10 ziwagamba bashanga ngo babagambira n'amazima harigaho nka miliyoni 1 bagira ngo ejo neyo kukora hari ebyo hasigara miliyoni 9. Miliyoni 9 no tuzeta rateable value. Hatezo rateable value ekigambo rate ekikikutahiramu nikimanyisa ngo mushoro nugwija guba percent ya sente zasigaraho. Rateable value itekera kutegeko go mushoro ndigira ngoroko government zine obugabe ubwo kutora na percent erya hagati yemwe na 12 muronde mu imwe yimukutekateka ngo mwenda kukozesa hati kumuragironde mu katugira bambarara samu yagira ngo yitu ni 5 hati muteka mwejo konga mwata mu 5 ukashanga ngo kizimbe cyo muntu nekireta sente ziri hansi ye 12 hati percent numugihaho tino shimiuka na hasente eziri hansi ya 2000 turhamwe hati note kwa kushashura sente ziri ahiguriye 12. So echo kumanyisa ngo nobugabe bwitu kugira ngo tucharginge percent yi 12 ninga yi 5 ni katukatugire ngo izazira miliyoni 9 zazisigire kandi ito Mbarara tucharginga percent yi 5 hati percent ya miliyoni 9 wata mu 5 ushimiye kuba zirinka abashimire baro emitwara 5. So nabwo echo mujyanya ngo mushoro numwinji hatwine kucetegereza kandi ejo percent yazaho to kugira otedeo we namukunda ayino hara nkorwanje ashashuri 5 otkonka otanankogo tiji otibye kwa sogo tukaba ajira korekana mnongo tuwe tumte 8 hapana. Once you say the percent is 5 it is uniform oba nonkunda oba tokunkunda ejo niyo ndashashuri kandi emirundi mingi that percent it can be changed but ideally it's for financial year. However, the practice has been it is for 5 years. The practice for 5 years. Tokusigaho hawa hagati otwayenda sente nyinyo tumwe tuongeze tusiaru 8. After all ekiragira ngo practice netana nekiragiro nchikiriza numbasa every financial year numbasa kuhindura percent but the practice is that it stays for the entire period. So kandi nabwe samu takimuka kagihindura it is one of the duties council cannot delegate. Council tekagira ngo executive hatebe niyo yakikora hapana. It must be full council to make that decision. So mwenu hatito Mbarara itekanda jangu tushashore kusyari 12% konkitwe ntushaba 5%. Hariho wagira ngo nazo barishareho baziteka harina nakyo nekitenso ekine shonga. However, let me tell you this azankiza kutwera people come bagira kare hariho okwetombwitaho I'm finishing appeal mechanism yes nekabiri valuation court ate ejo niye yasharamu hata apiru n'ekyo kyaheza kurugamu nobaasa kuza omu high court nobaasa kuza owa minister ogyo tinye omushoro bantiira hari mwingi kwonka waba noyetombwitaho you must still pay as some put it clearly. Waba noyetombwitaho waba noyetombwita notekwa kushashura rero ebirirgamu korirgamu bagize ngo bakusharireho bakurifandinge ninga mwikiza no kumurazibare. However, the challenge is you may not nko kumagamba omushoro nomusya twine gwetegereza. When do you appeal and you appeal against what? That is the intriguing question. Abinji narinda bayeza kumutekaho omushoro gwa $3,000,000 agunyagire no gunyaga aija nayetombwita ngo omushoro ukaba mwingi. At that stage, my dear friend, don't waste your time. The funny thing with this tax is that you don't appeal against the tax, you appeal against the values. I hope I'm communicating. The reason people find it difficult to understand is that they want to appeal against the rate. By the time the rate comes out, even the chances and room for appeal have ended. Oko ijuka baeza kugira ngo bataho listi no yapiringa on Saturdays. Hati yo yoro 30 baheza babitwara wa minister yabitaho umukono kweza kubitaho umukono byagaruka bataho notice ngo nuguza kutandika kibanzo kwa mushanje. Hati yo kubaheza kugure kuba kusindikira demand note washanga ngo mushoro numwingi late for that year and late for those 5 years and too early for the next 5 years after the current 5 years. That's the funny thing. So when you chenga kando kwa appealing against the values, you must require the services. Atokora nkata you are ukane somushoro ntantu etaga services ngeza abasamu atwere iwatamburuka zo mu URA ngo noza koza ngo bakushabire sente nyingi nibakujya ngo icyo riyo no huza no kibesinga ngai to yine bitabo tibir audited to yine to returns to kumana returns nizumanyisa ki hati noza yo torasing. The same thing with this tax. You must employ the services of professionals, maybe surveyors and property valuers. Abarakwere kuoreka ngu bakabara kubi. That's when you can appeal against this tax successfully. So ati akomuka kwati mweno tija baheza kusindi cha kadimani noto tubakashanga banyibere otubansha omushoro mwingi. Now, the another thing is Ratepayers Association. Abahibo mushorogu itekana baherezo bugabe bwo gukora kibina ningashe kigombe bakakigerera ngenderwaho ninga constitution kandi bakaherezaho kanso kope ya constitution yabo bakagigambira ngo tuyine kibina kitu na constitution yacyo njiji nabebembezi bacyo mbaba. Rero kanso ekibanka hato kutira mu rukikoro ebeneza kushangwa eyesere association leaders. Unfortunately for Mbarara, that association does not exist. Some people want to accuse council, but it's not its duty because it cannot be a member of that association. It's the association of ratepayers. Bakuje korra ngu bagikozese hati uriki yanabuza Juliet omubitongore byo kubasakuza mu kwapiringa ninga kutabaza ekabire rye association, but it does not exist. So you need to nambwe ntate babakozireho bananka naraba organizers ba creating aho some people ngo bije bagambirire bakamabe bintu ngo gwajekero ngo gwajekereki. For workshop purposes, it was a good innovation. It's a good idea. But they did it because the other organized and recognized body does not exist. So mwene murengo mwakore echo emushoro mbagubara kumara emyaka 5. Emyaka 5 yawa oshimiye kuba no ntukore kindi ati kangire ari kindi ekikutegana sabandi as I finish nyowe deo nkanye n'ekizimbe ninga ko nabwino obusente nagenda nagura ekizimbe kantagire ngo wakigura wananka nomma abanyankore wagira ngo wakigura wakahigiriza na inyoni nyoro kureba kuguza ati deo akagenda yagura ekizimbe yakigura wa X ati deo kuyakigura kuyabari yaho bamuretera demand note ekubanza umushoro gw'ekizimbe ekyo ukababire nabazayo kubuza ngo demand note neyoha bakabajya ngo ekimene kya deo nuwe landlord witu hati bakora demand note bakumusha basente miliyoni 20 deo ekizimbe takakimazire muna mwaka hati miliyoni 20 nazirgahi deo kuyija bamugira ngo ekizimbe eki cyamara emyaka 8 kitakushashura deo yagira ati nyowe ekizimbe nkigire munyimwazyo ahabwa kino munshashuza miliyoni 20 1 deo nabashikire orudalumu nabagwire orudorurara deo yaza kugura ekizimbe najunanizibwa kureba ngo yaza omukanso nyotini wa URA kantabuze ya URA kurangu yaza omukanso yagira teje ekizimbe ekindi kuza kugura imwe kanso no mukibanja bashanga ngo ekizimbe washanga ngo teba kukibanja hati deo watandikiraho washanga ngo mbakibanja utakahereze kushashura last installment uriyo waguzireho wamugira uti genda ubanza ushashure imishoro ya kanso mbene nkishopora cy'imotoka ecya polisi konkoriya exo nagambo waguruze kwakuba yaguruze kizimbe nabanje bwa miliyoni 18 ayino vunanizibwa kushashura miliyoni 18 z'ekizimbe ekyo. However, they will be affected because when they comes for transfer, so that this building, this property officially appears in the names of Deo, council will not endorse that transfer because the property is in areas, is encumbered. So Deo tubaramushabe miliyoni 18 is exi yagenzera tashashwiri konka Deo tarutunga property ejo omburiyo bushikire omazina ge guri ribanja ritakashashwirwe nabwo cyo Deo arahwera kanso either ashashure ninga jihwere omukuronda exi na no mukurango exi yashashura bere kizimbe cyazo omburiyo bushikire. I know that question has been intriguing most of you. So nishana inangunje mareho bwire ngishobore utagenda notongana utinyone bafakinanye kan bamangunyizire munyumwaje mu kizimbeki utatongana utabwa kibata kwija kikazo mu mazina ganje nyonyine mushango ki hato mushango wagurogoyine you are an accomplice omwori yakunyaga ukagura utakozere kucyondoza so mwene icyo nyenda kiwe kandi harihe kindi nako nyina kagarikire mwa sente Deo akagure kizimbe yakitamwa abapangisa we yagenda natura Kampala na family ye na buri umwe yakutura abakanso bamuterere simu nagira ati nyewe byokwe bikantama Deo tarebeka oriyo mpangisa wawe biye kwa sate nakonsa tokufayo oriyo mpangisa wawe biye kwaso kanso inorusa kujye kagambira biye kwasungusha shora sente za property rate hino wakigambaho yajya ngo tikwikirizibwa nawe I'm saying it is okay biye kwaso ekizimbe cyo kukoreramu n'ecya deo nekibanjibwa miliyoni 2 shashura miliyoni 2 itwe kanso tuza kuprotectinga deo tarakubingi until the money you paid is recovered. Hati mwene ngo kugenda okeshereka London iwe sende kagomba kusindikira aha Western Union ekyo tikikumanyisa ngo ekizimbe kirashashuri the building will pay we shall the council will recover money from your tenants and they will be protected against unfair eviction by the defaulter deo who thought by hiding would avoid this tax. So that is, it is clear. Nabo cyo nanumpangisa owahereza izina ryawe ategekeza imbene cyane ngani kikahariya na utamvictimizinga natine mushango. So make sure you pay. Ebindi basically ninja babigarakamu ekizimbe cyaba ngutakurga muntasya abapangisa bakantoroka hati nyowe n'umunya wose nushabasende nguziye hi ekyo kigambire URA utakigambira kanso URA yera kubuze za receipts zaba tenants bawe okubahereza na sente ziba kushashura kanso ekyo teguza kukikubuza ekyo kibuzo kikomere ubariyo nibabara going forward. No council official will come to ask whether your building is generating income or not. Ekyo tino ryo kuchikubuza kureka buri mwaka council negumane kusindikira demand note ne kusindikira demand note kandi washashura no kurangu naziriya ko kubochererwa kushashura 2% per month nazo mbaguma mbazigitaho 2% per month. So mutaka nanka chikabateganisa ebindi basically emishoro ni mingi yes konka kokuba anomanyanko bushatu the trinity orumukama w'ekizimbi no shashura property rate orukukikoreramu okipangise n'umuhara wawe wabirataka bwine murimo wagira ngo bano ukororomo noza kushashura rental tax konko rukorera business nabwe n'umuhara wawe konka marwa nagawe we naguze migati konka marwa garahera nagawe noza kushashura trading license no muine kasasiro kumukore ibyo binte mwakora harga mukasasiro urukuza kushashura umushoro gwa kasasiro nabwe niwe hati the same person ariyo nashashura imishoro nkamukaga konka nyowe nyine business mu kizimbe cyawe nyowe nishashura trading license yeki ubundi na income so ati okemishoro mingi is not illegal. Ekiri irigo no kwemishoro aha kintu kimwe kandi kindi no kwemishoro utakutunga buhereza obuhereza bwaba butakwija please ask your counselor akushobore ahabwa cyo ruguto rwanyu rutakozurwe ask chairman ro C1 ahabwa cyo ruguto rwaha rutakozurwe uko noza kushanga noreba tawunikiraka wa center omutunga kakumgo ruguto turukozurwe konko rwo ruguto shemye kwano rukorwa division hati woriyo no buzo darwe noza kushanga na division tiye kurukora nakaguto ka burunje bwansi nakakorwa LC nako kwaragata no kwigurira mizi hati kansara woriyo no tunga kakumu okuchika hasite no murimo gwa LC1 kurunda n'abantu bakigurira mizi omufreji so hata icho ne debate mpango lastly hati mwenu abantu barigira mu covid emihendo y'ebintu etembere hati omushoro ona bashemerire kihikire kwiha abantu omushoro kandi barigire omu covid kandi barigire na n'emihendo y'ebintu etembere na school fees etembere kihikire. In government you have two things, one is called legal, another one is legitimate. Has a government kweshanga ebintu ebyo bibiri eyine kwihamu kimwe negenda nekiri legal, ekiri legitimate. I think the president agambiri ihanga the other day twona hate buze ebyo kyekyo omukugamba kwe akigarikiremu omukugamba kwa president ekyo kibuza akigarikiremu kihikire nanye kuko bindi nkaze nguti kihikire kiri ombiragiro 100% right. So let us look at those two things, legal and legitimate. However, what can be done is that abuza NOC akiri aha NOC mu presentation ye yagira ngu honorable ngwe sente zize kuretera abantu amizi. Yes, that is a legitimate concern. We can push it further up to the central government so that what we call eligible areas expenditures ezibambashomeze enguto ez'emifureje ez'amizi ez'amatara hati bateke mu kiriya ekyo kusupportinga vulnerables. But as we talk today, the eligible areas are clear and the vulnerables are not mentioned. However, government has a number of programs that cater for various needs. Twine nanka support through Ministry of Gender, twine youth, twine people with disability grant, we are entering into parish development model where there are programs and funding lines that will cater for the vulnerables. So government ine mahanda mingi ekibuzo ekyo nobucyakuba kitagarikirwe mu ahansi y'omushoro gwa property ningo gw'ebintu. There are various answers we get from across government programs. So as of now, reka tube tugenda na neje ebye bikwikirizibwa kutaho sente okuzwa mu property rate. Then through our representation on parliament ntubasa kugira na cyecho nacho kigarukwemu konka already it is inadequate. What we have is not enough. That's why our roads are not yet smart. That's why lights are not everywhere. Even in the central business area, lights are not there. That's why we are even telling people to say, please, can you fall for garbage? Because the money envelope we have is not enough. When Honorable Enos, no bakuchichiriza ngona property rate muyo sente mugurire abarema obugari, it might not be possible because the envelope is already small and may not kandi no kwate bintu kabichwanyagura ukagira ngo buri kintu kitungeho aha muhereza buri amakuru uko kutonyora hati nobwo kugira ngo rikazi banze zikore kimwe kukiratunga kandi ekiko basa kuretera entasya what we call flagshipping. Let us put resources in an area that we think can push or can have both forward and backward linkages so that it pushes other sectors of the economy which might not be fully funded today. So mbwe naho ntubasa kureba ngo tube tutamburana n'ekyo okusiba turatunge adequate revenues. However, finally, of the answers, currently, the biggest source of revenues under the category of local revenues is property rate for urban councils. In Mbarara, the properties were valued in 2014. We started collecting in 2016 financial year. Our annual projection is 3.6 billion. The next in line are trading licenses, where our projection is how much, Sam? 1.8? 1.3. So do you see? When you go to like Kampala, Jinja, and other towns, the introduction of property rate as a source of revenue has marked a significant improvement in the revenues of those local governments and service delivery. So it is actually the answer. Ebizimbe byabe biri muri Mbarara 2017 omuri Kakoba, Nyamitanga na Kamukuzi. Ebyone bijire mu busya, byone mukurande mwamwatikana. None of them pays. All the new buildings you see in Mbarara are not paying because they were put up after the other valuation. Now, today the exercise that is going on, our projection is that we should be getting close to 10 billion from property rates alone. That will be like 90% of all cities' local revenues. So it is the answer to our service delivery queries. Lecho nibasha bangu mujahajire itabahenda, as Mayor said, if we feel ngu percent yitano ni mpango, our councillors can say, let us push it for, as one of the presenters proposed. But so far, comparing in the region, if we are to look at the other players in the industry, we charge the lowest rate. Our rate is lower than that of Kampala, Jinja, Entebbe, Bushenyi. I know some councils which charge 12% for commercial and 11% for residential rented. For us, ours in the region is the lowest at 5%. But remember, Mbarara is a regional city. So as a city, we should actually not be the ones charging the lowest. Because everybody is looking to us. So we should be charging a fair rate. I'm not saying ngubajonjeze hapana. Tenaja ngubajonjeze depending on the products. Thank you so much. Thank you, the people of Mbarara. Thank you for attending this workshop. And next time, similar activities organized, please come. I'm not closing. The organizers will advise us accordingly, but there is some query they were raised, which I wanted you to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Town Clerk. I request you give him another. He has really toiled to explain what a property rate means. So at this time, I want to appreciate the fact that you people, you've been patient and you've really tried. Special thanks goes to Mr. Kamhanda. He was the first person here and he's still with us. Mwebari munonga gumisiriza kandi mwebari munonga obutatemukira mukatsigaho program age. Konkanye namatsiko ngu you people, you've learned. You're now informed group of people about property tax. So I'm communicating. This is my last bit of communication. We are concluding. We will, after the liaison, will also say bye-bye to you, then invite the Deputy Mayor to honor this, to bless the function, and we go home. But she won't take long also. Okay. So we will have lunch after here. It has been prepared for you. We beg, don't leave this food for us. It's very nice. We've really prepared it for you. Don't. You've been patient enough. It won't make sense if you leave what we have prepared for you. Then, nagira nti mutakagenda mutarire twabatebekanisizaho ka lunch karungi kandi kiratukoreje mwagenda mutarire ibyo kurya ibyo twabatebekanisiza n'ebyanyu mwene mwabitseho bamwatwara kubi ekindi kumurabe n'umushora amuryango aho ahimwaretwa buri omwe ashemereye kuba nafuna transport refund ninga shika facilitation ako kubebaza kore na ninga no kugaruka yoje na no kuyije kubasa mwayefereza byinji mwe na byinji mwatemba boda abandi mwanyoma shita so ntuyenda kubahe nakache konka mbagira ngo mwene kirabusha. Yes, accept it the little, however little it might be, but we have prepared some small facilitation in your different dignitaries. Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Twashoma. Owashoma yereza mukono. Nanye nashoma. Hati no manyara habakozi abashara kweturika ebe buzo nebyanje hatwe mukama wanje noreba ryo mu office uko ruguru tarabe manye tine kiyagamba ahina nimbasa no kongeraho nedachi nanangwa n'ikigambo kimwe nanye binje byanagamba nandiyo ninshoma nambwe nababugi no mukushomezo kundi ninza kuba ninkizaho abinkumanya bwo kuba yanyegesa ntwenda kubebaza kwija kandi ntwenda kubamanyisa ngo ibiti byakomera izoba okushomesa aby'umushoro n'umurimo gumwe ubwo bitusheme kwa ntukora konko mwugo organizinga kuri costire kandi koko mwahorra competing priorities ko kugira otu wayeta abantu hate ibintu bikasisikara nabakwija kushoma nabane benda ngo bagarurire buriya kwa turakazindari twe twiruka tugenda tuza kushoma hata nibakubuza yayache burize ngora kupe facilitation no twantu beshengereza ngukora hike yuko rashomese wabo yemerire nabantu bashomese wahika obutawuni bwito bito babire bashara kwetaka hogo bukiriyo akashwampare iwe wahika akashwampare wori hoti bitu no mangu turujero mushomo yaza kushaba facilitation noba wahereze kumushomesa tichecho kongana yo kwerabeho tukagera ngo twaza kuzo mu cyaroko tukuma ngo twinayo muntu witu tukagera ngo nayo facilitation yaba wishara veiri sentene zanyu real konko mwe ebintu neba bitaro nebyo bice enamba yanje mwagitunga ninyenda ngo munyikirize nyete tinkumanya abantu warashabere nebyo kurya ninga nsige nabishabera kinge nabishabire naza kubishabera very good hatecho nakukikora atukinjira omukoro gwitu rero tujya abantu nosha enkwatagana yanje na ruhanga tebakujesiga bayanga ngunta shaba konka byona naza kubiheza your worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. Town Clerk, you said representatives, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm Muganzi Mrongo Priska. You have heard of the title. Hati echitubetire mainire ntwenda mutkwase. We need you to take the message. Numuratu esire bache by phone call echitubetire kugira ngo imwe babe bache